Future. This session is about the gigaton opportunity, which is basically part of a two-strand strategy. So together with Social Alpha, the last climate meeting, we discussed the need to really take this work with solution providers to the next level. And the idea is to have one bottom-up approach with a challenge where we really bring the next generation of solution providers. But we also realize that we need to take this to the next step also in terms of those who help facilitate these new solution providers. There's lots of good work going around in the world, and as you will see from the agenda, we will try to cover quite a lot here. And you'll see people from around the world doing amazing presentations, from businesses to investors to network providers. So because what we don't really have today is an infrastructure for bringing out the next generation of solutions. The world we have today is basically, I wouldn't say medieval, but it's at least 19th century thinking. It's old sectors that was structured in a way where the world was very different. So we don't really have any infrastructure, so we're struggling to push in them one by one. But that cannot be anymore. We need a systemic approach to bring to this. So that's what we're going to discuss today, and what we call the gigaton opportunity. So this is not about the problem of climate, but more about how do we see this opportunity and grasp them, because these are companies, investors that should grow. This is not about a reduction agenda, this is about a growth agenda. But what does that happen? How does that happen? We mentioned that in the earlier session we had, that still so much today, if you talk about climate leadership, most people will say, oh, it's about those who reduce the most. Why? That's such a narrow agenda. The city that is reducing the emissions the most, the company that reduces the emissions the most, they are big problems. And it's good that they reduce their emissions, but what about those who provide solutions? Why don't we acknowledge Baoding in China, who's one of the leading exporters of sustainable solutions? But we're celebrating big polluters who take steps. I think we should celebrate the companies and cities and everyone that reduce their emissions, but we should equally, and maybe even more, celebrate those who bring the solutions to the table. So we have basically 3 parts now, or 4 parts if we include this introduction, where we're going to just have a quick path. So what I'm going to do first is just, in this first part, we're going to have some of the leading stakeholders like Smita here, and Masamba's going to show a video also on how this is all linked together. Bear with me, this is going to be complicated, and it's going to be a lot. But what we try to do is really take, I like science fiction. So, and William Gibson has this fantastic quote that the future is already here, but it's not very evenly distributed. So what we tried to do was basically to bring the different parts of the future together so we get a more holistic perspective, what's actually going on. Because that's not really often very put to the table, that we are much closer to a fantastic future than we might see. But we don't bring all the different pieces together. We have amazing incubators, but without really good financing. We have fantastic financing initiatives, but without connection to the startup community. We have fantastic policy initiatives, but often with a reduction agenda. So how can we start bringing all these solution agendas together? So first, I just like to explain to you where we are on this. So back in COP27, we sort of introduced this idea and say we need to think in a very different way. We want to scale, and we want to take this opportunity now as the solution agenda is here. And since then, the World Business Council launched their avoided emissions. The G7 under Japan in Sapporo was launching the need for an avoided emissions also, sort of a solution agenda for startups in particular. And we've seen that now all around the world, that the world is shifting from a problem perspective to solution perspective. So now here, we're going to launch this web platform. We're going to introduce some of the stakeholders and invite all of you to be on this journey. And the next step on the journey, Masamba will talk more about this, is to bring these stakeholders together and say what is actually needed for implementation at COP28. So we don't want to have commitment and say by 2030 we will do X, Y, and Z. It's next week we're going to start doing things. So bringing the climate emergency and opportunity together. And taking a step back then just to explain how fast things are going. Before 2015, when Mission Innovation was created, basically all of the climate agenda was all about problems. Or cities, countries, individuals, you talk about climate footprint, you talk about reducing emissions, you talk about scope 1, 2, 3, all very nice things, but it's a static problem approach. We sometimes challenge that and say, that's the fossil-free typewriter idea. If we have that perspective 30 years ago, we would not sit with laptops, we would have fossil-free typewriters. We look at what we have and we say, how do we reduce that? It's not, and then of course, 30 years ago, when someone said, is it bad to have a fossil-free typewriter? No, it's not bad, but how relevant is that today? And I think we should ask ourselves today with many of the reduction initiatives, is that really where we want to go with the future? Where so much exciting things are happening? Are we going to look at the big, hard to reduce emission areas, etc.? Very nice for them to think about the problems, but how is that linked to the solutions? So back in 2015, then at the Paris, Mission Innovation was created and say, we need innovation. Why are we not looking at what's happening? What are the new ideas that are emerging? Where are the solution providers? And that's where we was tasked with, and I was asked to lead the work on saying, how do we then find ways to even measure that? Imagine, only a few years ago, we didn't even have an idea on how to measure positive impact in society. We had the scope 1, 2, 3 and all these emission reductions, but solution providers could not even show what they were doing. So it was the first step, and we collaborated with Social Alpha and other here in India to see, test this. What is happening? And amazing startups with enormous impact. We could find those. Why were they not part of the climate agenda in a more substantial way? So that's where we started this journey on the towards 60 gigaton of climate innovations. We want to show that there are people here already that are ready to deliver on a global scale. And we also link that to the IPCC work. Because many people today say, what are the cheapest emission reductions? What are the quickest emission reductions? I would challenge people to say, that's irrelevant. What takes us to sustainable society? That's the key question. Then we should work backwards and ask, how do we get there in the fastest and cheapest way? But if you only look right now, we might say, oh, let's do an energy efficiency in the coal power plant instead of building a smart building that doesn't require coal in the first place. So if you just take the cheap, low-hanging fruits with simple carbon trading, we have a lot of lock-in situation that in the International Energy Agency has warned about and saying, yeah, if you only look at the simple things, you get quick, easy, fast reduction in the short term, but you will not get all the way. So there's a fundamental flaws in much of that thinking, and IPCC said that if you just keep on doing what they call the P4 scenario, the simple scenario, just push a lot of renewables in, and then that will not work, so we need a lot of CCS. So basically the current inefficient, stupid society, but with more renewables and CCS. That is what most Western countries is still pursuing. If we have a global perspective, there's no chance that we can bring 8 or 11 billion people living flourishing lives with such strategies. There's no planets around for that. We might be able to claim carbon neutrality and have, there's many consultants now helping you to claim net zero and other things, but are you globally sustainable? That is a much bigger and difficult question. And that's what we then try to shift in this gigaton opportunity and say, it's real about people here. And how do we find the solutions for 11 billion people living flourishing lives? Because we've been living in this sector-driven incremental world for decades. We were asking, how do you get a better car? How do you get a better car? Most innovation agencies around the world that were working with the car sector, yeah, that didn't take us very far. Now we realize we cannot look at cars and make them better. We need to ask, what is the reason we have cars? They provide access. But access to health, education, outdoor excitement, it could be many things. And those things can be done by city planning, walkability, bikes, 3D printing, drones. So we need to shift away from a sector perspective when we try to make old sectors less polluting and put humans at the center and say, what do you need and how do we make this globally sustainable? And that also where the startups community, they are the one trying to find how do we use drones to provide healthcare? How do we use remote AI for making people's lives healthier? Or how do we have outdoor companies helping people be outdoor and walk and bike more instead? Where are all those solution providers instead of looking at the big polluters? But the key thing, and I'm so happy that we have this meeting in India, the country with the most people on the planet right now, a microcosm of the world. If we can't see how we can help every Indian live flourishing lives, then we can't see the world. In my country, Sweden, where I'm from, well, we can claim carbon neutrality. It's quite simple for us. We can buy some offsets and we can put in some technology. But 11 billion people cannot live the resource-intensive lives we're living. So we're basically telling the rest of the world, you cannot live like us. That's not a climate strategy I want to see. And that's why we've been so happy to work with India and other stakeholders around the world to see how we create a globally sustainable agenda. And I sometimes, a little bit of provocative, say that we focus too much on emission reductions and too little of avoided emissions. Because reducing emissions is for the top 10% of the world. The richest people, us around the room. We are the one polluting, but most people on the planet are not polluting very much. Their problem is not reducing emissions, it's avoiding emissions as their lives get better. And I think if we're just talking about reducing emissions, we look at the polluters and we say, you should reduce your emissions. We not look at people and saying, I see a future for you. When you live a flourishing life, when you have good health care, you have education, you have art, science, you live an amazing life, I see that future for you. And that's what we want to bring with this gigaton opportunity approach and say, that's where we want to go. And that's where it's been so exciting to work here also with India, where the perspective of bringing people out of poverty is a given. No one questioned that as a narrative. But in most places around the world, in the Western world, that is not really part of the narrative. It's a carbon agenda. You want to claim carbon neutrality as a company, as a city, as a country. And that is such the wrong perspective, we think, moving forward. And that's what we then introduced together with the UNFCCC, the expanded climate sustainability innovation agenda. So we don't say that it's bad for people to reduce their emissions. Of course, we should continue to focus on that. But to really move forward, we need to expand that and not just look at those who are the sources of emissions and existing sectors. We need to look at human needs and who can provide for those human needs. And I would argue that the later ones is the one that we should focus more on and increasingly more as we move to the future. So the polluters that cannot deal with that, and even if you're a polluter, even if you're big, say you're a steel company, your focus should not be to reduce emissions only. It should say, where is steel needed to provide for better people? What kind of public transport or wind power or schools can benefit from my solution? You need not to say, I have fossil-free steel. I don't care. If you have fossil-free steel and build oil platforms, that's not very helpful. Or you have your fossil-free steel and you make SUVs. That's still not possible. So you really need to explain to me, where is that sustainable steel going to be used? And that's what we want to focus on in this sort of perspective. And that has taken us to a very interesting perspective working with companies, for instance. Large companies have said, oh, but this is really interesting. We have only focused on climate risk innovation. try to reduce our costs, try to reduce our emissions. But this is interesting. This is climate solution innovation. We did this with Boston Consulting Group. And they said, that is not really ESG people. That's not really the climate agenda. That is driven by reporting, by compliance. But this is about market. This is about innovation. This is about providing better solutions to people. And many of the solution providers here, they said, oh, I didn't think about this as a climate solutions. I'm old enough, so I was part of the whole digital revolution. And many of the virtual meeting companies, they said, this is a smarter way to meet. Yeah, but it's very carbon friendly. Yeah, that's okay, but that's not what I'm driving this for. And so many of the smart startups, they find smarter ways to deliver things for us, instead of looking at this as a risk idea. And that's also where we need to think about and realize that many of the solutions might not really be what we're looking for. I gave the example earlier in the earlier session of a shoe company, Icebug, who will speak later. And they have said, oh, the agenda for us have been asking us to reduce our emissions. Of course that's important, but it's about connecting to nature. Walkability, be outside, live an exciting life. That was the reason they were created. But they're given no credit, they're no interest in them as a solution provider. And that's what we hope also with this work is the next generation of climate work is really about the excitement of providing what is needed in society rather than reducing emissions from current sector. But it's also, and this is very much built on our work with Social Alpha, on what is the role for incubators? What are the roles for those who are built around trying to find the next generation of startups? And for most around the world, they try to find whatever is there, commercially available, and bridge this valley of death. And that just makes the current society a little bit more efficient. That's okay, but that's not enough now. We have other values. We need to provide for humans. We need to reduce emissions in society. The current incubators and innovation systems is not built for that. They're built on making the current system slightly better. But we need to build a new society that is different, that is transcending what we have today. So it really questions us on how we build those things. And some of these, like Social Alpha, is at the forefront and trying to think about how does that work? But we should not fool ourselves that if we just keep on doing what we do now, 98 to 99% of the startups will just be part of the current system. They will not change what we have today. And cities, as I mentioned. It's been amazing to work with the Global Covenants of Mayors, but also with ICLEI, and ICLEI is really taking the lead to much of this work in terms of saying, what is an expanded climate innovation agenda for cities? Instead of saying, oh, how much should we reduce our emissions? Very much copied from the big polluting companies that use the same kind of reporting framework. You're saying, oh, I'm a city, I'm a polluter. The best thing I can do is come back to zero. And I look at the big polluters and I say, I need to have fossil-free cars, or I need to have X, Y, Z. But you forget the people. The carbon agenda becomes like an accounting agenda. But what we said, an expanded climate agenda is focus on people and say, I'm going to provide flourishing lives. But not just for you, for everyone on the planet. I want to give my citizens in my city, in my region, a way to live that is compatible with everyone living a flourishing life. And that is a totally new and exciting idea, because the leading cities then are saying, oh, but we can be exporters of these solutions. But that's not part of our climate agenda. Our climate agenda is a reduction agenda when we try to reduce our emissions. It's not about exporting. And we'll give some examples, but you might not think of Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, for instance, as an interesting solution provider. But as you will hear a little bit later, they might be. And we have now these frameworks also, and that's what we invite you to, that we have the UNFCCC having the Global Innovation Hub. So Masamba will, at the end, when I'm finished, and Jay and Smita will have a few words to say also. Then we'll show a video where Masamba will invite you to the next COP also as solution providers. For those of you who would like to join this journey, there are now platforms. And ICLEI is now integrating that in their work also with their platforms and saying, how do we also see, and we already have some amazing events with cities and saying, what happens if we ask you not to reduce your emissions only, but how are you helping the world reduce their emissions? What's your role with, especially then, incubators and startups? And how do you measure that? And as I mentioned also, I think it's 2023, this year, will be remembered as the solution year. Because this year, for the first time, World Business Council Sustainable Development, the business organization for companies looking at sustainability, for the first time published guidance on avoided emissions for solution providers. And for the first time, G7 mentioned that startups and avoided emissions are crucial for the future in solutions. So that has not happened before. We used to have only a problem-based agenda up until a few years ago, and now it's entering mainstream. So you come in at a very good time for taking this to the next level. And what we have done now, and what our frustration has been, is we created this 21st century toolbox for companies, for startups, for finance sector, for cities, and we felt we want to take this to the next level because they are working in isolation. How do we bring them all together? So we really can say, we can't just say, oh, I need better finance. Then we need the finance person in the room. And the finance person cannot say, oh, I can't find any good startups. Then we need the incubators in the room to provide them with that. And this is what we want to see the startup now, not people pointing fingers and say X needs to do Y, but have everyone sitting in the same room and say, let's do things now. So that's what we wanted to do with this, is really saying then, instead of all these individuals, how can we also jointly move from this innovation ecosystem that is linear, bringing things from lab to market in a very simple way, to a more complicated way, where we're not just trying to improve on the car, making that electric, or maybe even going to bike, but really asking, what is the need in society? What are the human needs driven? And how does that innovation ecosystem look like? And we've been developing this, and the International Aid Agency, Social Alpha, the UNFCCC, many of the large companies, etc., have been very helpful in saying, what happens if we look at human needs and put them at the center, and then say that needs to be delivered in a sustainable way, without carbon, without much use of natural resources to make sure that we have biodiversity, etc. But what does that also say to our tools? Our tools are usually developed in a very different mindset. When we ask, what is the exact number? How much carbon? So instead of having approximately right, we have totally wrong things. So we look for exact numbers, but wrong, rather than approximate numbers that point in the right direction. Because if you have system changes, that requires you to do much more approximation. But if you tweak a system, if I tweak a motor in an engine, it's very easy to calculate exactly the difference, because nothing changed. If I create a walkable city, the assessment of that is much, much harder. And that's what we've also been trying to create a toolbox for that. And that will I'll hand over to Jay to tell us a little bit about that.
Thanks, Dennis. Good morning, everyone. As Dennis said, when we looked at the tools initiatives available, we saw that no single stakeholder has the toolbox that's really needed. So we created a transparent way to find a home for an expanded innovation agenda, to help us find the innovations that we need, and to see how powerful they are for 1.5 degree compatibility and 11 billion flourishing lives, as we hope to have at the end of the century. And we created our own tools as well. For example, the 3-level impact funnel that you see on the screen, that takes an innovation or a company's avoided emissions as the starting point. But sometimes companies and innovators can get lost, get stuck in the detail of quantification. They don't ask, are the solutions 1.5 degree compatible? Are they compatible with 11 billion flourishing lives? So our levels 2 and 3 in this funnel helps people to move from a simplistic substitution approach to a human needs approach, where we focus on what human needs are we delivering on. We also created tools to develop what we call an 11 billion IQ matrix to try to highlight what other stakeholders like the OECD have acknowledged, that it isn't ultimately about moving from fossil mobility to electric mobility. What we need are integrated solutions. So we created this matrix to show that we can't just look at the current sectors and how we reduce their emissions. The solutions also need to be sufficiently resource efficient and sufficiently cost efficient. We can't just ask, for example, the car industry to create a different kind of car. What we need to ask is, how are the human needs being addressed by the solutions related to those cars? What are they delivering on? What is the access that's being provided? We also have a tool for impact assessment that starts with the classic product substitution that most people use and look at, like shifting to a better kind of fuel from petrol to electric, for example, or producing better clothing. But we want people to look at the system level. So for example, instead of fashion, to look at wardrobes. How are those clothes being used in a wardrobe perspective, in a wardrobe context? Or instead of building materials, to focus on housing. What are the human needs that are being provided by that housing or also for other uses of buildings? Ultimately, in what way do they make people's lives better? What lifestyles are being supported by the solutions? So the four-step approach that we developed examines how they are trying to change. The first three steps being quantified changes, and the last is a traffic light system that goes from levels of supporting low-carbon solutions down to the possibility of a risk of actually locking into resource-intensive systems. And I'm pleased to also announce that we have now relaunched our website really to reflect this shift in approach and to move the innovation ecosystem away from a reporting focus, which we tend to have, and we still have today even with avoided emissions, to a toolbox focus for solutions, including all the tools that we've talked about today that are available as Creative Commons. And we also really welcome feedback and collaboration in development of these tools and looking at what are the needs that are not being covered. And with that, I think I'll pass back to Dennis.
Thanks. On that page, you can also find a link to the Gigaton opportunity. And you can, if you want to sort of check in, if you want to be part of this and what kind of role you would have, and if you want to join us for the COP28 later. But with that, I want to hand over to one of the stars of today, Smita.
Thank you. Thank you for always being very generous. But I think the best part of coming to conferences like these is listening to what Dennis said in the morning. Ideas that open up the way we think, the way we do work, or the way we, even envision to collaborate. So thank you for doing that earlier in this session, Dennis. I think you just sort of removed all boundaries and have thrown us into this whole conversation wanting to reimagine, which is one thing that I want to take back from this. Thank you for this time. I know it says the Clean Energy International Incubation Center here, but I'll talk very little about it and more about how work is connected with what we think is the priority today, because the idea is not to talk about what we're doing, but what needs to be done. So as you can see, I represent Social Alpha. We are an India-based innovation, curation, and venture development platform. What we believe in doing, so we are not an investor, we're not an incubator, we're not one or the other, but we believe these are tools in our toolkit to work on innovations getting to a stage of deployment and diffusion. So we work with very early stage innovations in some of those critical areas that you heard about, climate and sustainability being our biggest priority, health and wellness, livelihoods and prosperity, and not one versus the other, but one intersecting with the other, so at the intersection of these. Especially because in Indian context, we know that the minute you start working on one problem, you realize how intertwined everything else is. And I'm sure it's true everywhere else as well. So with that, we work with a range of incubators and accelerators and a blended finance mechanism to make sure whatever is the best that we can do in the interest of supporting early stage innovation, either ourselves or through the help of our wonderful partners network, we make sure that that comes to the startups sooner than it would otherwise happen. So that's a humble endeavor, to be honest. And in the last 7 years, we've managed to work with over 200 startups. But the battle's not won, right? What ends up happening, and I think we met Dennis and the whole idea of avoided emissions started happening in 2018 when we said, why are we measuring what we are reducing when we have already gone beyond the benchmarks, beyond the last limits, beyond the thresholds, right? So now we have to avoid and at the same time go back and retrospectively correct ourselves, so capture. But at the same time, we can't forget the sight of ever-growing needs. So how do we run backwards and forwards and expand horizontally? And that's literally the challenge. And that's why when we don't know an answer to any problem, the answer is in innovation, because it's something new that can come as a miracle or as the magic wand. What makes this not theoretical and practical are the rays of hope in the startups and in the kind of innovations we are seeing. Like Dennis said, every single day, the startups that we work with give us an optimism towards there being a better world, the future that we spoke about, just because they're not working on one problem at a time. When we work on, when we look at startups working on waste management, they're invariably, and encourage you to look at some of the portfolio companies we support, they're invariably looking at livelihoods, inclusion, social inclusion, looking at caste dynamics, looking at all forms of marginalization, economic and social. Because you cannot look at waste management from a tech lens only, right? Similarly, food systems. When we work on food systems, it's about nutrition, it's about the livelihoods of the small and marginal farmers. So how do we innovate not just to have a solar-powered, say, irrigation pump, but also ensure equity in water distribution so that the one who affords the pump doesn't pump out all the water and make it even more challenging for somebody who can't afford a deeper pump, right? So how do we bring in the lens of health and wellness, of equity and prosperity? And that's been the biggest part of, everyday life of anyone working on innovation, I'm sure, is battling all of these trade-offs. Do we maximize for carbon avoidance? Do we maximize for income of small and marginal farmers? Do we maximize for the quantum and scale that a startup can achieve? Or do we maximize for a low-hanging fruit that will give us results immediately? The answer is all of the above, right? And therefore, we optimize for all of them. Not an easy answer, but I feel like the way, and the solution is in reimagining. The way we define our problems will actually guide the way we solve them, right? And therefore, moving away from sectoral problem statement approach to actually looking at what are some of the basic needs, how are they growing, and where are we going wrong in meeting them right now? At a human level, at a climate level, at just, as a society overall, right? Who are we solving for? How many of us are we solving from? And how are we solving for it? So if we look at the current patterns of production and consumption and find our problems there, and also are able to, and there is enough data, there are enough warnings, there are enough signs which we can factor into future planning, and use that. I think all of that research is there, but we don't use that for prioritization. What do we use for prioritization? Faster results, more tangible results. And I think that's where, because we're all assessing ourselves with each other, right? We are trying to compare our work in 1-year intervals. We are trying to present the most tangible results and outcomes we've achieved. I think that race, we all need to abandon. We all need to abandon the race of doing more in terms of numbers and speed in terms of just quicker results, but more impactful, more long-term systemic changes. So as soon as we can abandon that race and start running around in more collaborative circles, so to say, I think the systems lens, and we've spoken enough about it, food systems, energy systems, circular systems, more sort of even built environment, looking at it as a system and not just as energy or cement or steel. How do we do that? And how do we make sure all the right stakeholders, like Dennis said, are sitting together when we are defining the problem so that all lenses are built in? Also, let's admit, all of us, climate is a sector where all of us, it's our understanding of what climate means or what climate impact means is still on the anvil. We are shaping it as we speak. With every new conference, with every new research paper, we are modifying what we think is the right way to go about it. So as we are inventing while we run, can we look at more holistic approaches? So I am a big advocate of avoided emissions framework, tools like LCA, the life cycle analysis, because we are often saying, oh, this particular material is bad. Let's look at an alternate material, which is definitely better with respect to A, B, C properties. But are we looking at the entire cradle to grave? Are we looking at how it's made, how it will be disposed, the entire cycle for that solution? And finally, I don't think we factor in everyone's needs enough. So therefore, how do we bring in the human needs perspective? How have we been trying to do it? And just to indicate, it's all seeming like a big problem, and I don't know if we have the right solution, but what is our approach towards it? We've created our own prioritization matrix, and I was very interested in what you showed, Jay. I tried to build that into our work further, where we are saying, what are, let's start bottom up. Let's start with problems that need solving for, or not startups that need funding. Let's not say these are the best startups, let's fund them. What problems need solving for? Which are the areas that they're going to impact on? Which indicators are they going to impact on? So we have a very strong lens on, like I said, health and wellness, gender inclusion, social justice, livelihoods, prosperity, over and above carbon avoidance. But when it comes to carbon avoidance, let's measure, let's be very strict about the numbers there, along with this expanded vision. So if there are solutions that are ticking more than one box in this, and they're showing in terms of even magnitude. So green is not just green, it also has to be put on a scale of what is the magnitude of impact in terms of horizontal scale as well as time scale. So if all of that put together, we've put together our own prioritization matrix that helps us decide on which startups to fund first and also give more money to, because time and our resources, everything has an opportunity cost. With that, I think some of our earlier 20 startups demonstrated a potential to avoid more than 200 megatons of carbon dioxide equivalent per year starting 2030, and that's an assessment that RISE Institute and the Net Zero Compatible Innovation Initiatives Framework did for us. That gave us hope. That gave us hope that while it looks very far, I think in 3 years' time, and the target we've given ourselves is that we'll support 100 startups between 2023 and 2025, over 100 startups in India, since we're India focused, but with replicable and scalability potential globally, that have a combined potential to avoid at least 1 gigaton of carbon dioxide equivalent, along with meeting human needs on security of food, jobs, livelihoods, water, access of these basic infrastructure and basic human needs to all, and making sure that the cost of our response to climate change is not borne again disproportionately by those who were already paying for it. So maybe with that I'll stop. I did not talk about the incubator because that is very transactional, and you can hear from us in terms of what we are doing in our very small ways. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Smita. Apparently, Purya could not attend. Could we run his video now? Thank you. So Purya is
just 250 years. We possess an extraordinary gift, the ability to envision the future. When our ancestors acquired the ability for foresight, it changed the trajectory not only for our species, but the planet. In this era of immense uncertainty and complexity, I find solace and inspiration in our shared aptitude for foresight. Through our visionary outlook and capacity to imagine a better world, we can actively forge a reality. At events like this, we create fertile ground for collaborative discussions on the future of our planet. Through collaboration and cooperation, we can unlock the immense potential of unity, shaping a future where every human being can lead a flourishing life. This synergy propels us towards powerful strides in sustainability, inching us ever closer to the world we aspire to build. I'm Purya Salehi, the Head of Urban Research, Innovation and Development Department at the World Secretariat of ICLEI Local Governments for Sustainability. I'm also the co-chair of the Research and Innovation Technical Working Group at the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy. Urban and regional communities, as we all know, are where new ideas and goals are born, and they are the engines of innovation and transformation. They're also where the impacts of climate change are felt most acutely, specifically by vulnerable populations. That's why we care about them, and at ICLEI, our mandate is to work for and with them to guide their transition to a more sustainable future. As the largest and the longest established global network of cities with more than 2,500 local and regional governments committed to sustainable urban development, we account for over 25% of the global population. We have teamed up with Mission Innovation and UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub to convene other actors and stakeholders, such as yourself, to co-develop and implement an expanded climate and innovation agenda at the city and regional levels. We recognize that progress in addressing the climate emergency is way too slow, and to speed things up, we need to apply 3 strategic principles of expanded climate and innovation agenda: putting human needs at the center stage, leveraging emerging technologies, and creating new ecosystems of innovation. In this regard, as a core team of organizations working on this agenda, we have 3 strategic perspectives in focus for today. First, I would like to address these 3 in a way that we understand how we are going to ensure proper implementation of this agenda at multi-level, both in terms of multi-level governance, but also engagement of different actors and stakeholders. We would like to ensure that we address a climate emergency and human needs simultaneously, because these are not and cannot be mutually exclusive projects, which is why we put human needs at the core of our work. We ask fundamental questions to address the root causes rather than the symptoms of challenges. For example, we don't just ask for clean energy or fossil-free transport. We ask what people need access to and what barriers they face to live flourishing lives. Second, we focus on how human needs can be met to allow everyone today and tomorrow to live flourishing lives. Most green, low-carbon or net zero approaches to climate change are resource intensive or very expensive, and oftentimes they don't consider human needs. These approaches are grounded in static problem-solving thinking, where existing systems are optimized and reinforced to solve challenges. But this form of problem solving is no longer sufficient to tackle the polycrisis humanity is facing today. We cannot continue to operate within our current systems. Instead, we need to transform or replace them. That is why we are committed to finding sustainable, affordable, scalable, and innovative solutions to bring about deeper level transformative change. Third, we focus on dynamic solution provision and providing an enabling environment for all relevant actors to play their roles within the context of expanded climate and innovation agenda. In line with this thinking, we support incubators, startups, businesses, and companies that provide sustainable and innovative solutions to human needs, and we help them connect with local and subnational governments, investors, and other relevant stakeholders and partners. We also meet cities where they are, as we believe every city and region has implemented solutions and ideas that can teach and inspire others. Therefore, under this agenda, we would like to showcase how cities and regions themselves can and are exporting globally sustainable solutions. We help them to share their best practices, learn from each other, and collaborate across borders to inform the next practices globally. In line with this thinking, at COP28, we will bring together several cities and regions that are leading the path towards expanded climate and innovation agenda. They will present their ambitious actions and commitments, innovative solutions, and their inspiring stories, but also exchange ideas on solution exports within that context with their peers and other stakeholders and actors. As we move forward, we want to ensure that the Global South has a key role as a solution provider for our global challenges. We believe there is a wealth of knowledge, creativity, and potential in the cities and regions within Asia, Africa, and Latin America. In terms of supplying solutions grounded on human needs, cities and regions of the Global South are actually already thought leaders. We want to empower them to lead the way towards a more sustainable future for all of us. So I would like to leave you with a unique opportunity for cities and regions to form new collaborations and initiatives. The Gigaton Opportunity is a global initiative that aims to unlock the potential of cities and regions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 1 gigaton per year by 2030. It's based on a bottom-up approach that leverages local action, data, and finance. We invite you to join us in this exciting journey of climate and innovation. Together, we can make a difference for our planet and the wonderful people co-inhabiting in it. So if you are a national, subnational, or local government, if you are incubator, investor, or actor that you see you have a role in implementation of expanded climate and innovation agenda, please get in touch with my dear colleagues Dennis and Jay who are present in the session with you. Thank you so much for your attention, and I hope you have a very productive conversation there in Goa. Goodbye.
Thank you, Purya. For me, this has been really fascinating also in terms of a solution-driven agenda starts bottom-up rather than top-down. It's not international meetings saying we should reduce emissions. It's coming from people saying, how do we shape our future? How do we want to live here? And startups with a vision for new ideas is really at the core. And then regional, and as Purya said, cities around the world saying, this is our way forward. So, but we should not forget the international perspective also, and still much of the thinking is focused around the COP meetings. That's where lots of discussion. So therefore I'd like to show the video now with Masambo. So, or is that, where, do I do this with this? Okay. So Masambo Toye, who's been one of the champions, because sometimes it's easy to say, well, the international negotiations have been about reductions, but it's not the UNCCC. They know that much other things are needed. It's not governments, it's ourselves, collectively. All of us started with the problem approach. But as Masambo will say now, you can hear that things are changing on the international agenda also.
Dear participant in the Gigaton Opportunity event, greeting from Bonn. My name is Masambo Choi. I'm the project executive of the UN Climate Change Global Innovation Hub, from where the Climate Opportunity Initiative was launched last year at COP27 in Egypt. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to be with you. This time I cannot be with you in person, but through this recorded message, let me congratulate you for promoting an expanded climate and innovation approach, focusing on people and their needs. This is very much in line with the vision of the Hub. The climate and energy transition is not just a simple decarbonization agenda, focusing only on reducing emission from existing systems. It is all about development, but a development-based way aligned with the climate and sustainability goal. The UN Climate Change Global Innovation Hub promotes moonshot goals and targets based on what is needed and not what is perceived as possible. The creative tension that results from the gap between these two is precisely what we expect to drive innovation. The Hub also contributes to expanding the innovation space by facilitating the development of alternative solutions that can better and or more cost-effectively satisfy the core human needs of nutrition and health, shelter, access including through mobility, leisure, while being aligned with the climate and sustainability goals. This is expected to lead to transformative climate and sustainability solutions for a flourishing, inclusive, low-emission and climate-resilient future. Too little focus has so far been put on how to build the innovation ecosystems around the world with the focus to deliver flourishing life for all. The climate and sustainability challenge cannot be addressed with just technology innovation. The Hub is promoting an integrated approach through which innovative technologies are combined with innovative policies, financial instruments, business model, cooperative approach, and product from the culture and creative industry. But radical collaboration, co-creation, and co-evolution are critical. We need to promote systemic awareness, metacognitive reframing by all relevant stakeholders, and learning from experimentation. Finally, the resources available should be orchestrated to maximize the creation of value for all the relevant stakeholders. I understand that your session brings together world thought leaders with the ambition to deliver solutions on the gigaton scale. We look forward to seeing new collaboration patterns through which cities and regions, together with tech companies, financial, startup, incubator, and accelerator, organizations from culture and creative industry, new and traditional climate actors come together and deliver on a human need-driven solution agenda. I look forward to seeing many of you at COP28 in UAE, which is expected to be the COP focusing on solutions that deliver on human needs and global sustainability. Thank you for your attention.
So that was an invitation to COP28 for those of you who want to be part of this agenda. And Masamba has been absolute champion for this kind of work, where we have seen so many people struggling to move away from an accounting and reduction perspective to solution perspective. So having the UNFCCC behind and really showing that the institutions that used to run a risk agenda is also now transforming has been really helpful for us. And without that, I would like to hand over to some of the real heroes out there that do, well, similar work that Smith is doing, but in other parts of the world. And one of the first one I like to introduce is Joe, who's doing work on the African continent and who has been engaging with some of the cities and region there with an expanded climate and innovation agenda together with startups. So I'll let her do her presentation, I think and hope.
Gigaton problems need gigaton solutions. By the end of the century, if not before, Africa will be at the center of the world's urban future. 13 out of the 20 of the world's largest cities will be in Africa, and 1/3 of the world's population will call Africa home. Huge growth means huge need, and right now, this is an unleveraged opportunity of gigaton proportions. This unified need will solve the most critical global challenges of our time, from clean energy to healthcare, food security to climate action, education to waste management, improving the quality of life for all. After all, Africans have been innovating against adversity since the beginning of time. And it's this ability that must now help design one future. There are thousands of these solutions waiting to be discovered, scaled, and mobilized. Solutions that will enable 11 billion lives to flourish. Solutions that will ensure the next generation and the next will flourish as one Earth, one family, one future. Hi, I'm Jo Griffiths, the founder of GIG. the Global Innovation Initiative Group. We exist to find, fund, and grow globally relevant innovation in Africa. Every year, via the Global Startup Awards, we scout all 55 member states for the best solutions across the continent and have a growing pipeline of over 10,000 of these solutions. With the Gig Africa Fund, we invest in the top 1%, the winners. And with the Gig Africa Foundation, we enable the 99% to thrive in their businesses, to develop their local national economies, and pioneer global solutions. If we win, the world wins. Let me introduce you to two of our portfolio companies.
My name is Kidus Asfal. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Cubic. At Cubic, we are building dignity through clean and affordable living for all. Our solution, which takes hard-to-recycle plastic waste and converts it into low-carbon, low-cost building materials, is tackling some of the biggest imminent challenges that cities all over the world face today. From climate change to plastic waste to unaffordable houses, our solution is able to work with you and be able to transform what living in a city looks today and in the future. We have started our journey in Ethiopia, where we are building homes, daycares, clinics, and schools all over the country, and we really look forward to scaling our work to a city near you.
Hi, I am Dr. Jayshree Naidu, a pediatric radiologist and the CEO of Envision a Deep AI. We founded Envision a Deep AI with the exciting goal of using rapidly advancing fields of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and computer vision to effectively digitize the way myself, as a radiologist, sees and interprets medical imaging. Now, the solution we built is called Radify, and it gives us the ability to remove the geographic barriers that separated patients from radiology specialists and to triage and flag the very urgent cases. We implemented Radify at multiple hospitals as well as mobile clinics. Where we have analyzed more than 400,000 images and detected more than 200,000 pathologies. We also have a few exciting projects in the pipeline, so definitely watch the space as Envision a Deep AI is democratizing access to diagnostic healthcare.
These are African innovators with solutions to human needs. They are global leaders. And we have enabling cities like Addis Ababa, who will be hosting the Global Startup Awards Summit this year in October.
Warm greetings from Ethiopia. I'm Muferihat Kamil, Minister of Labour and Skills of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. As the seat of the African Union in the pavilion of diverse opportunities, Addis Ababa has an enabling ecology of innovation in fostering relationships. Hosting the Global Startup Awards is a catalyst to shape the mindset of collaboration, not only in Ethiopia but also in Africa. It boosts Ethiopia's standing as a hub for world-changing innovations. Our engagement with GIG reaffirms our commitment to making Ethiopia a bastion of African prosperity by unleashing the immense entrepreneurial prowess, creativity, and innovative capacity of its talented youth. I thank you.
The one Earth, the one family, the one future needs Africa. And we are ready to scale at a gigaton rate. Invest with us to find, fund, and grow Earth's future. Let's enable the innovators to get seen at COP28, get connected at the Global Startup Awards Africa Summit in Addis Ababa, and ultimately, let's collaborate to get them funded. A flourishing future for the next generation starts now. Are you in?
An example, one group that I've never seen on the climate scene before, but is doing amazing work in Africa to really bring, everything from female entrepreneurs in the AI field who's really helping with health, to building affordable schools and healthcare systems. And as you saw, so I thought it was quite interesting, it wasn't the Ministry of Environment who was talking, it was the Ministry of Labor and Skill who's talking about how to build a skill for Ethiopia. And they want to host the export of solution providers. So when we talk about the next generation of climate agenda, very often it's not the climate person to talk to, because that's usually where the problem is identified, but the solutions is somewhere else. And that's been very clear for us in cities, that many people who work with climate, they say, I agree with your agenda, but that's not my responsibility. My responsibility is to report on the compliance of the reduction. But I need to work with other ministries who actually put forward the solutions. So therefore, I also think that this gigaton opportunity approach is more inclusive, because it's clear that, Ministry of Climate might have a role, but maybe their role is on the compliance side, but the big agenda, how we build the future, is all other ministries, because they are responsible for how we build our buildings, how we have our schools, what kind of healthcare system we have. Those are the ones we need. And another example of this kind of ecosystem creation is also coming from Thomas Köster from Deep Ecosystems, who's having a similar approach. And I hope we can have a message from him also now. The video from Thomas.
Systems, and we work with a lot of entrepreneurship support organizations who understand that we need something more than just linear thinking and supporting of entrepreneurs winning venture capital, but actually we need to change the system in which innovation happens to reach real transformation. Here at the Gigaton Opportunity, we know that there is a huge appetite for incubators and accelerators all around the world. We see them sprouting. We see them at university level, but also at city level, private level. We see a lot of new programs coming up. However, we need to also invest in new ideas for systemic change, and we need to provide the next generation of innovation providers. So what we at Deep Ecosystems do might fit well with the goals of the Gigaton Opportunity. Ecosystems matter more than unicorns. This is the basic idea that I want to present to you. We believe that it's not only about venture capital and bright entrepreneurs, but it is about creating new markets for sustainable solutions, creating a new society and a new economic market where we can see different solutions win than in the past. So what we do at Deep Ecosystems is we invest in revolutionary ecosystem projects that solve the biggest challenges in our world. How do we do that? We believe that ecosystems are built bottom up, that ecosystems live off reinforcing loops that are created by entrepreneurs that have a long-term horizon, that invest themselves, invest their lifetime into creating these ecosystems, that are able to find funding from institutional players, can locally embed these, but also find global supporters. And we're also allowing them to fail. So even if an ecosystem doesn't come to fruition, but also fails, that's okay. So we are investors in ecosystems. We think that's very unique, but also very needed, because the old linear thinking of growing innovation is idea plus skills, resources, market will lead to success. And actually, the iceberg model, it's not true. No? The visual effects of unicorns that we see on the surface, they are coming from undercurrents that develop under the sea level that we don't see. And that's why we have a program called Deep Sea, where we go into the sea, under the ocean, to build the preconditions for innovation in society. How it works is we go through activating the community. We bring entrepreneurs together to think about systemic barriers to innovation, to start to create projects. We run them through a 6-week program where they get all the skills, the resources, and the ideas to create ecosystemic measures and interventions. We then support them for further 2 years to put those ideas into action. We might even invest in their solutions. And then when they win further investment, further financing possibilities to run their projects. We will repeat the same with new entrepreneurs or with the same that scale up. Now, the benefits are manifold. So as you can see here, so it ranges from activating the community to raising funds for new ecosystem projects, etc. And there is a row of use cases that an ecosystem accelerator can make sense. That is for governments, it's for foundations, it's for corporates, but foremost, it's for entrepreneurs who really want to create an innovative approach to building new markets and transforming society. So to bring deep into your region, maybe you should talk to institutional players that want to sponsor an ecosystem hack where we train 20 to 30 entrepreneurs to build systemic solutions, out of which 3 will go to our accelerator and have the chance to win up to 270,000 euros through fundraising and providing impactful solutions for their ecosystem. So if that's interesting to you as an applicant, you can go to deepecosystems.com/accelerator, apply to the next cohort, or if you're an institution and want to bring this to your region, come also to that page, contact us, talk to us about how this can be done. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to speak to you and have a great event today.
Thank you, Thomas. And that's, for me, it's also really interesting in terms of how do we actually build ecosystems? As Mitra was saying also, not the single solutions, but a whole ecosystem that works together, because most of the really interesting impact is when they come together as clusters. You can't just have a battery, you need to have a vehicle, you need to have sustainable food being transported. How do you bring those together so it meets human needs? So that's one thing, but I also wanted to just give quickly a couple of other shout-outs to organizations doing really important work, like Prime, who have the Crane tool and Product Frame that is trying to help startups to just easily make quick assessment on how to do investments and assess their avoided emissions, but also how they're trying to create new financing flows towards this direction. We also have the Swedish climate startup map, an attempt to try to say, instead of just having all the different incubators pushing their startups, what if we start on a national, regional, and even global level to bring them together? Because now there's a tendency to go in fashion. Now all of a sudden it's electric mobility, and everyone should go into electric mobility. Move into the traditional sectors also, the companies. And we like to do that by providing insights from 2 very different perspectives that have very similar objectives and visions. One, our company is an obvious candidate for climate, obviously, but the kind of perspective that Tata Power have is very interesting. The shoe company might surprise some people and say, what is a shoe company doing with a solution agenda? You know, shoes, how important are them for climate change? And I'd like to invite the floor to David Eklund, who's the CEO from Icebug. I hope. Yes.
Opportunity event at the Mission Innovation meeting in Goa.
Volume.
Thank you for inviting us at Icebug and the European outdoor industry to this very important event. As many other sectors, our climate, energy and sustainability work so far have focused almost exclusively on our own challenges. For example, our scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions and impact. And our role as a solution provider has seldom been acknowledged, not even by ourselves. The purpose for Icebug and many others in the outdoor industry is to allow people to get out in nature and have a healthy, flourishing life that is often very resource and energy efficient. We can also help people to connect to nature, and many people in the outdoor community care deeply about the challenge. We look forward to work with Mission Innovation NCI to explore the gigaton opportunity for the outdoor sector, where we can help support more sustainable wardrobes. That is, wardrobes with a few high-quality garments that last for many years and that encourages sustainable lifestyles. How we can support everything from increased walking and biking to local vacations to smarter resource use with multifunctional garments is on the agenda. I also think there is an opportunity to ask more fundamental questions about our society and how we can give everyone on the planet a flourishing life. As a step to COP28, we will discuss the Gigaton Opportunity Initiative and a role for the outdoor industry in an expanded climate and innovation agenda at the European Outdoor Summit at end of September. I look forward to work with many of you moving forward. It is time we shift our focus from only doing less bad to deliver what is needed for global sustainability. Together, we can get it done.
That, for me, when we were doing the assessment of what are the future sectors that really could play an important role, I did not expect the outdoor sector to be a key stakeholder until I realized that that's really a lot of what we connect to. People want to inspire to a better life, more healthy lives, being outdoors, connecting to nature. Maybe they are one of the most important sectors for the transition to a more sustainable society. Being out in nature among each other, having healthy lives instead of having fast food and consuming and buying things we don't really need because we're frustrated with the way our lives look like. That's fundamental questions. Very seldom asked in a very tech-orientated agenda where climate is only about reducing emissions. But if it's about flourishing lives, maybe then the outdoor sector is one of the most important ones. Together with influencers and others who tell us what is an exciting life. Because today, many young people think that being famous, consuming, clothing on an almost a daily, every day. There was even some influencers who said, I can only wear this garment once. Then it's not fashionable anymore. That kind of totally craziness in our society is the deeper sort of sickness that we need to acknowledge also. So that's where I think it's really important to bring that perspective. But I'd like to hand over now to Dr. Ganesh Das, who's been with us from the very beginning with this Expanded Innovation Agenda, and Tata Power, who has an amazing vision about bringing energy to 1 billion people that is affordable and bringing better lives to people. As a company who has big problems, but even more solutions in the pipeline, I'd like to invite Dr. Ganesh here to share some of his thoughts. Technology is perfect, but not perfect. Are we getting Ganesh up here?
And even played a very significant role in, I hope you can hear me. Okay? Yeah, okay. So as a larger Tata group, we did play a significant role in this part of this development. And we are actually sitting or standing at a crossroad. The crossroad has got two dimensions. We are actually leading the energy transition in India in a substantial way, wherein we focus very strongly on the renewable generation, and we believe that whatever is the transition, the coal is not going to be a growth area, and we are now only focusing on the renewable energy for the growth. While we move up this growth agenda, what is very also important to look at is while we generate energy through the renewable transformation, it is also important to look at technology which is sustainable. And just to put in a perspective, we as a largest private integrated company in India serve directly 13 million consumers across India, which includes a substantial part of rural and a part of India which is challenged often by the challenges of the natural calamities, including the climate change. And what we are looking to see is how do we really generate this renewable energy through a set of technology which is sustainable. For instance, like the silicon PV is the most common way to generate solar energy, and everybody is bullish about putting up this technology and generate renewable energy. But somewhere we have to find a way that how can we generate energy through non-silicon technology. And that is where the ecosystem, what has been talked since the morning, about the innovation, about the technology, about somebody to take the risk, which largely will be the startup who will not, kind of be afraid to cannibalize the kind of market which they already have to really transform and come into a technology. Some of the aspects of the natural resources which are still available in India in terms of the geothermal is going to be looked at. And then how do we really, kind of use the natural resources the way we can use to generate larger, energy in terms of the renewable energy is something very important. And if you look at India, there's been a lot of challenge. We are not only talking about the energy challenge in India, but it has to balance between the primary priorities with respect to the education, health, and the associated living standards, which is related to that. And while we are talking about energy, it touches all walks of life. It is a strong economic driver. So we have to actually strike a strong balance between the affordability and the accessibility of energy. And that makes us very responsible to really generate energy and then distribute energy in a sustainable manner, in a renewable manner, but also keeping in mind what could be the issues related to the circular economy. How do we develop symbiotic relationship, and how can we actually innovate through this crisis of providing new affordable technology? At the same time, they are leapfrogging. So the whole idea is that the energy value chain is also transiting along with the energy transition, and the value chain touches different walks and the different partners, and that includes the supply ecosystem, which has been serving the traditional sector for years, but they have to now undergo a significant change, which is not going to be easy, because affordability and all those aspects related to the affordability and the change of technology has to be addressed. Now, one of the, if I can give a perspective and an example, if you look at the ambition of India and the kind of role the government is playing in India towards the green hydrogen is also phenomenal. And why this aspect of hydrogen assumes a lot of importance is because, it touches not the energy sector, but it touches the entire the industry value chain. And that is where we are seeing an opportunity to really work with the larger industries to really work on the aspects of, improving the overall, development across India. So what we have done is at Tata Power is there is a theme which we have been running for some time now, almost a year, which we call it as sustainable is attainable. That is a theme which we are running, and then I'll also encourage all of you to kind of go through that jingle and then see what's there to offer in the media. The big story on the sustainable is, we claim, we are already saying that there is a commitment for us to follow this change, and it is possible to do it. And the endeavor is to get the customers, the general public, to believe that even a small change can make a huge difference and play a role in attaining the sustainability target. We are having this private-public partnership around that. We are getting governments involved. We are getting academia involved. And it is a very strong collaborative approach, which we are following to try to see that how do we really develop this ecosystem as we move forward. Going forward, what we also intend to do very strongly is to get the consumer involved with us more or engage with us in a more, kind of a committed manner, wherein we will get them to, when a prosumer is a word which we have been using and toying with it for a long time, but we feel that there is something which the consumer has to discover from their own side, that what could be the next level of energy conservation, energy efficiency they need to work on. Energy efficiency, though old-fashioned, continues to be important, because this is something which is related to a strong behavioral aspect, and we feel that this behavioral change is going to be extremely important, and the continuous behavioral improvement which we will be doing as we move forward into the entire ecosystem is going to be extremely important for us to achieve these, the entire population. India stands, India at the moment stands more than maybe 15% of the world population, and it is a big market. And if you have been following the census, if you have been following some of the, positive sentiments economy, it is a very good place to be. And this kind of place, when there is a opportunity to offer a market for many technologies and many players across the world, and also if we can lead this sustainability change by, supporting and making sure that how do we really work on this strong aspect of climate change and make energy very sustainable and affordable, it'll probably be the right fit. So I'll stop here, and then maybe as we move forward, if there are questions, I'll be very happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think that's what I hope to see more companies that are large discuss more, not just how they reduce their own emissions, but how they help startups and others to deliver the next generation of solutions. I see that within 2 years, I would like to see all hotel chains around the world have startups solutions integrated, with smart shower heads and smart food, etc., and then allow people to buy that, to bring it to their home. If we move away from this carbon reduction agenda when hotels are only supposed to reduce their emissions to also have a positive impact, they could be showcases for startups. Bring that to the market much quicker. So that's the kind of approach that I think is very interesting to see that Tata Group and Icebug and others are really looking at this from an integrated perspective. Oh, sorry, I'm showing some slides that was just for Tata. But I mentioned that earlier also, that this is a broader set now, that World Business Council has provided this guidance on avoided emissions, that companies are also solution providers. So I think we will see a new generation of companies rethinking. Leaders like Tata has already done that, but working with Social Alpha and others, but more as a mainstream thinking is, how do I help people live better lives? And how do I connect to startups and help startups get markets? And I would also like us to think about how Western the agenda usually is. We've heard so many exciting things now from India, from Africa and other places of the world. But Japan, for instance, they were light years ahead of Europe and US with this solution agenda. Japan is an island, usually very resource efficient. They've been at the core for their agenda. Cater and their sort of business group there, they talked about avoided emissions 10 years ago. When I started this work about 15 years ago, Japan was one of the first ones who said, yeah, of course, digitalization, that's a totally new way of providing smart solutions. Why are we only talk about reducing old systems? So I would also like a little bit of shout out that we need to Google a little bit further than just looking at the European and Americans agenda. When it comes to cities, regions, we heard Addis Ababa embracing a solution agenda and bringing startups to the world. Still, we tend to celebrate the traditional Western cities and stakeholders who reduce their emissions with still being totally unsustainable. So I think we need to really shift this perspective to really move forward. And with that, I'll also like to shift the perspective to the enablers. Because so much of this focus has been, and many people have said that, it's not, as Masamba said, it's not just a technology issue. We tend to look at single technologies, but what is that really shape society? Who shapes what we think is important? And how do we think about things? OECD, for instance, they've been really crucial in introducing an iceberg approach and saying, it's really stupid if you try to electrify your car fleets. They're more diplomatic. They say it might not be the most optimal way to go about the future to just electrify your current car system if you start digging deeper. And I think it's telling also again that it's in OECD, an economic stakeholder, when these more innovative approaches are emerging. So I'd like to hand over to Amy, who's one of the fantastic people leading this work and who's been working very concretely with different cities and regions around the world on this expanded innovation agenda, which they call the full iceberg approach and that we've been co-developing.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Jaime Aguilar, and I'm the program lead for Systems Thinking and Transformative Change in the Environment Directorate at the OECD. And I'm very happy to be here with you, at least by video, to talk to you about our systems innovation for net zero process. And let me just share some slides that I prepared for this morning. Here we go. So we started this work because we do see that climate action has been scaling up. There are more funding, more basically more attention going into it. But we do also see that emissions are not coming down. Rather, they're still rising, global emissions. And so one big problem that we see is that often policymaking tends to look at what we call the tip of the iceberg. So really to look at the events and the patterns of events through time, behavioral patterns included. And so therefore we have policymaking that is simply reacting or anticipating a problem. So embedded in reducing the harm of unsustainable systems, basically by improving their parts, but not really in transforming systems. So we want to support policymakers and other stakeholders in looking below the surface so that they can see the system's characteristics of or structure, and even the ideas or mental models that have led us to develop these unsustainable systems, so that then policies can actually be focused on transforming the systems, dealing with root causes and dissolving our problems. We worked with Ireland last year in their transport sector, and part of it was really to move away from this tip of the iceberg and from conclusions such as, well, as incomes grow, people prefer cars, and what we need to do is basically to anticipate how much private car use will grow and make sure it is done with as clean as possible vehicles, because in reality, when we look below the surface, we say, well, these preferences that we see today are not exogenous, but rather the result of car-dependent systems. So in reality, it's not that people just prefer the cars, but they prefer the mode that is more convenient. And in car-dependent systems, this is the car. And car-dependent systems are actually characterized by induced demand, by sprawl, and by the low attractiveness trap of sustainable modes. And these are dynamics that keep on being reproduced and then lead to more traffic and more traffic and more traffic. And we also see that there are ingrained car-centric mental models that have been developed over time and are being locked in by actions from different stakeholders. And these are also important in understanding our emissions, actually. So once we are able to see the car-dependent system, the ingrained car-centric mindsets, we're able to look at policymaking from another perspective. And we developed a methodology based on that perspective, which looks at policy intent, as well as the transformative potential of different policies, taking into account different tools from systems thinking, causal loop diagrams that allow to understand and see non-linear relations between elements in a system, the stocks and flow concepts, which are also important because it's important to understand the level of lock-in in a certain system, and the 12 leverage point framework from Donald Meadows. And with these, we're able to map different policies, which this is what we see from the Irish case. But of course, all of this is also important for any other context where there's a high car dependency. We see some policies that we need to refocus or simply revisit, because far from allowing us to shift away from car-dependent systems, they're locking them in. We see some policies that need to be kept, strengthened, and introduced more widely, because even if they have low or medium transformative potential, they are important to have in strategies. And we are able to also understand what are the policies with the highest transformative potential: road space reallocation, mainstreaming of on-demand services, and communication efforts in this case. And of course, we see that electrifying the sector is still important, but if it's embedded in this kind of transformative strategy, it will be more effective and we will be able to move much faster. So importantly, we worked with different stakeholders to see how to scale up transformative policies. There is a report that was launched in October, and which served for complementing the sustainable mobility policy and revamping the climate action plan. So thank you very much. Important to say, we're also working with some developing countries in Africa, for instance, because this thinking can also be very important to avoid the lock-in and the development of unsustainable systems in the first place. So it's something that is also very important in that context. I thank you very much, and please feel free to contact me if you want to know more. Thank you so much.
So we now see tools for policymakers emerging, and what we see now also is interesting that I'm just going to show a few slides quickly in terms of what are the new stakeholders we expect to move into this arena. The finance sector needs to totally redefine how it works. It's not about avoiding investment in high polluting industries. It's about redirecting investment to the things that are really needed. So, and especially moving just not for the big companies, but also putting much more money into the startups community. So institutional investors need to rethink how they allocate the resources. And we've seen here, for instance, that Mirova and a couple of companies are coming up here now and try to create a database to see where are the solution providers and where should we allocate resources. So you can read that. I'll put that on the web so you can basically see what they've been doing in this field, which is super exciting in terms of trying to build this database now that will be part of this opportunity agenda as we see it. But I also wanted to just highlight that we want to see advertisers coming into this space. We want to see law firms coming into this space. We want to see conference organizers coming into this space, not as problem stakeholders, but who advertise and helps communicate these new sustainable lifestyles and smart solutions. Not just how they communicate the bad stuff. How are the positive things from advertising? Law firms, many of the startups are struggling to bring new solutions in old systems. Law firms have a really important role to help maneuver in that. We need to give those who help the new companies also credits. So what are the sort of the legal advice for avoided emissions? But also conference organizers. It's not about how they reduce the emissions from events and flying, but also what are the solutions coming out of conferences? So what are the events where people are meeting? So I like to end there just by saying that this is really a new area, and anyone who's interested, we like to work with you, I'm sure. And what we want to do now is flesh out concrete action plans on how to really scale this on the gigaton scale from now, and then present that at the COP together with everyone who needs to be there. So if you need investors, lawmakers, whatever it is, we want to bring them all to that room and really provide an action agenda that can be implemented the week after. Not a 2030 target, not a 2050 target, not a creative accounting target, but actual targets that meet people's needs and start delivering solutions for them. So with that, I like to, or I don't like to, but I have to close the session because we're running slightly over time. But thank you everyone for coming, and look forward to joining you on the Gigaton Opportunity Agenda. Thank you.
So cooling and sustainable cooling has now really come to the forefront of the international agenda of climate. It provides us opportunity to really think about cooling, and I would like to say why I'm keeping cooling and sustainable cooling separate is because we need to get on from talking about cooling to just sustainable cooling as a solution that we provide to meet the need of cooling. And that's why we are here today, to really think together that how we can collaborate, especially the countries in the global south, to come up with solutions to ensure that the cooling demand or the cooling need is met with the most efficient, affordable, climate-friendly, and sustainable solutions. So we want to get together with all of us in the room to think of what can be the shape and form, if I would like to say, of this global collaboration among countries that will help us move ahead on this path of sustainable cooling. We have kept the format of the discussion pretty open and flexible. The first half an hour we will spend just laying the context, and we have some distinguished speakers who will help us lay that context. And then we'll open up the room for discussion, which will be moderated by Mr. Samir Quadra from NRDC. And we will invite you all then to please share your thoughts on that. We have a couple of questions which we'll place for if you could all ponder over those and share your thoughts. So with that, welcome everyone again. And I will now invite Mr. Brian Dean, who's the Director, Energy Transition, Head of Energy Efficiency, Head of Cooling for all the cool things at SE for All. And he will share some insights from very useful and eye-opening analysis that SE for All has been doing in the past couple of years through their Chilling Prospects series on extreme heat and access to cooling. So over to you, Brian.
Thank you, Prima. Let's see if, can I get the slides up? So, the first thing that we're really bracing ourselves with these days is that chilling prospects was a phrase that came out and really continued to grow and grow and grow. And now here we are. We are in uncharted territory. I mean, let's see, there we go. The temperatures here in India have taken a real spike even as early as February this year. And what you can see, global temperatures continue to break the records. But when we think about the mission innovation side of the lens, breakthrough solutions are here to help. And the whitest of paints and city trees and buildings that are well built and well designed can really help save lives, and we can use data, we can make data-driven decisions, and that's why we bring this Chilling Prospects data to the world, is so that better decisions can be made, so that money can be mobilized, and so we see this as a call to action in a warming world. Let's see. Next slide. I don't know why this is not. Yeah. Okay. So in Chilling Prospects, we break the data down to really understand, by country, where the people are that need help, what their risk levels are. And we have two categories that are considered high risk, and that's the rural poor and the urban poor. And what you'll see from the map, of course, is that India is really one of the hot spots for the rural poor. Those that need access to cooling are now actually having, we've seen good trends here in India where there has been, you can see it right there. The reduction this year and the past few years has actually been driven by India, and in terms of the efforts for electrifying rural areas and, of course, increasing wealth of population throughout India. However, that's not the same in all other countries that have large population increases. Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Yemen actually saw decreases. those are actually, sorry, those decreases are good, moving people out of the rural poor. But one of the facts that we worked on this year was to really disaggregate by gender for the first time ever. And in this, we found that of this rural poor, and in fact, similar with the urban poor as well, but in the rural poor, 52% are women and 48% are men. Now, just by looking at that data globally tells you one thing. When you break it down in country, it'll tell you more. When you break it down by villages, and actually it's really about understanding those needs of the people is an important next step of taking this data to drive your call to action and to drive your investment decisions. So in the urban poor, it's actually more people, 815 million. Again, India, China, Nigeria are a big part of this population. Similar, 53% women, and you know, with evidence of women being particularly overrepresented in urban slums in 21 countries. However, you know, these, in particular in Africa, these risks continue to increase. Now, while we've seen good progress here in India and in Sri Lanka, but we've seen increases in Angola, Mozambique, Nigeria. Now, Mozambique is particularly important too when you think about these critical 9 countries. What you'll see on that very right-hand column, if you can see the small font there, is Mozambique is the one with the highest proportion of their total population that's at high risk, so either in the urban poor or the rural poor. Nigeria, Sudan are also very high at 53 and 44%. But these critical 9 countries is, I mean, the majority of those that are at risk, 772 million people at high risk out of the 1.1 million. But also home to over 2 billion of what we consider medium risk. Now, these are the people that want to buy our efficient technologies. They want to buy those efficient homes that don't need cooling, but they can't afford it, right? They're just below. Or maybe the standards are not in place protecting those populations that are at medium risk, so that they maybe are going in at the first lowest cost technologies or lowest cost home. And so this 2.2 billion is, you know, these are the ones that they could buy an air conditioner for every room, every bedroom. And it could be the lowest efficiency and with the highest global warming potential refrigerants. And then that chart that you all see with the growth of emissions will go even further. So this is the
Okay, action, make sure there's action on the ground, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. And then advocacy, making sure we tell the world that actually cooling's critically important. Some of you would have seen last week in Spain, we spoke about this earlier, ground temperatures of 60 degrees C in Spain, okay? And unless we deal with this quickly and effectively, things will get much worse. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is our vision. Okay, I'm not going to read it, okay, but I'm going to ask a second question. Who's involved in the Cool Coalition? Okay, so there's a few of you involved, that's great, and I can see Ravi, yeah, from Danfoss, and Danfoss are a critical organisation because Andrea Voigt, she's the global, I can't remember, but she's the global person for engagement, and she's on the executive with Brian and I. Okay, so it's really important to have the likes of Danfoss. There's a few, okay, another question for you, who is not involved at the end? We can share details and we can try and recruit you to be involved, okay? Next slide, please. So being involved means that you get a chance to work on a working group, and we've got a number of different working groups, and they're covered here. So we cover things like finance, nature-based solutions, which Brian works on, urban heat adaptation, working out how we mitigate heat in cities, how we mobilise the private sector, developing national cooling action plans. There's a bunch of fantastic resources that you can access by being part of this. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we did at COP27 was Brian and I, we had a meeting with the presidency team, and we effectively discussed cooling. And it was agreed that cooling would be a priority at COP28, the UAE. It makes a lot of sense, okay? And by priority, it means that it will have some focus and maybe at least a day. In fact, it's going to be 2 days. It's going to have a significant focus. But it's all about making sure that we develop sustainably and we have access for all. And there's some big players that have put their names on this. There's going to be an event on the 21st here with a bunch of ministers, and it will be officially announced, okay? And the COP president, Brian, do you know what time that will be? It's an open event. 2:30 on the 21st. It's an open event. Please come along and support the pledge. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, yep, so that tells you the day that it will be launched. That's the 6th of December at COP. Brilliant, okay? No, we'll stay on that slide. In addition to that, we will have what is called the Global Cooling Stocktake. And this is every country around the world that's been able to submit information on what they currently do to encourage sustainable access for all, has submitted something. And we then have compiled this, University of Oxford have done it, compiled this into a big document that says this is what current countries do, okay? And then you can learn from other countries what they're currently doing. So UK, we will look for it very carefully and try to plagiarise other things, okay? So that's called the Global Cooling, is we want to turn off the cooling at COP. Really, we want to turn it off, okay? And when we turn it off, okay, we will see if anybody notices, okay? This is in Dubai, in December in Dubai, okay? Don't forget we had the World Cup in Qatar and, you know, they survived that. So, so that's what we want to try to do, and we've been discussing with the facilities management team whether it's possible, okay? And the reason is we wanted to highlight the opportunity for flexibility, and cooling and heating are flexible assets. If we can switch them off, okay, when electricity is high carbon and expensive, okay, we can maybe mean that we can avoid some emissions. and maybe we can max them out. We can run them at a million miles per hour or kilometers per hour or million hertz or whatever we want to do with compressors. We can run them really, really hard when there's free electricity, and we can overcool spaces. And flexibility with cooling is a fantastic opportunity. It's not exploited in the right way, but at COP we want to show it. This is the run-up to the pledge. This is the things that are going to happen. We're starting here this week. And yeah, at the end you can see that. Next slide, please. And here are some examples of what's in the pledge. Okay, it's 14 commitments, and they cover the minimum energy performance standards, making sure we address the issues that Brian mentioned before, making sure that we help others have better access to cooling. And there's a bunch of things in here, but I can share this further more with you if you'd like to contact me. Next slide, please. And also, it's not just aimed at state governments, it's also aimed at industry, so industry can sign up to it, and cities can as well. And we hope to have some really high-profile cities, and I'm sure Ravi, Danfoss as well will be a key signer-upper. I think, well, Andrea's leading on this, so there's probably no excuse not to. So yeah. Anyway, next slide, please. There we go. That's where we're heading for. And there's a QR code if you want to scan it. I've probably spent too much time and overstayed my welcome, but thanks very much for the opportunity to walk around this round table and for putting your hand up. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Graham, for building up the excitement on the excellent work of the Global Cooling Pledge. But I'm going to take it a step ahead and say that the work that has gone into the pledge, we need to ensure that that gets actually implemented, and the momentum that we have built in the last 2 years is really carried forward, and therefore that shape and form of a global collaboration amongst countries is important. A little bit more pressure on all of you here. Whatever we discuss today, it's an opportunity that this will be fed into the discussions that Graham mentioned on 21st on a high-level ministers' roundtable on sustainable cooling. So it'll be great to get your thoughts and feed into that process. And later in the day, we'll probably Thanks again, Graham. Yeah, I now turn to Mr. Upinder Tripathi, who is the former Director General of International Solar Alliance, someone who has seen this process of a global formation on an important topic such as clean energy through solar previously. What was the context? How did that come together? And what are the important lessons that we can draw from this process as we are thinking ahead, similarly for cooling? So sir will shed some light on that. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Well, I think we will make it turn. So you went around, I'll sit here. The next person will go around. Well, friends, need for collective global action on sustainable cooling. I'll share you a small experience of mine. It was 2015, COP21. Before going to Paris, I was briefing the Prime Minister, and I had given one page, both sides with some notings. In one side of the paper, I had mentioned 175,000 megawatt. In the other side, I had written 175 gigawatt. Prime Minister Modi asked me, why did you write in the first page 175,000 megawatt, and in the second page, 175 gigawatt? Typically bureaucrat, I said, sir, that was a mistake. He said, no, it's not a mistake. Your mind is transiting from megawatt to gigawatt. And in that context, his vision of International Solar Alliance was, it is like a train. And what Solar Alliance will do will put, a destination for the train. It'll move the train on the track. And then it'll carry all its compartments with compartments full of ideas. And the world did need ideas in 2015 about solar. And actors, so many actors, and institutions, like even today, in cooling. we have many actors, we have many ideas, and we have also institutions. But the idea is, can they come and make a single train on the track with a destination, with an engine to move? And his idea of ISA was that it not only makes an engine out of vectors, ideas, institutions, puts it on a track, gives a destination. Because without destination, it is just a journey. You can go in any direction. And this idea of a train brings in transformation. Because institutions can do three things. They can perform, they do routine things, and pass time. Some institutions and some individuals reform things. But Prime Minister's emphasis was on transformation. And those are hardly, 85% people perform, around 10% people reform, 5% people transform. And a global organization is supposed to transform. With this, this background, I would say that the global implications of extreme heat and need for sustainable cooling, it's not only sustainable cooling, we are calling it net zero cooling. Because net zero cooling actually expands the scope of cooling, because it talks about transportation, it talks about building, it talks about energy, it talks about waste, it talks about industry. If we have seen that pictograph of the greenhouse global warming gas emissions, it touches all sectors, and cooling is very, very important. And my speakers before me have actually given the factual data as to how important and how pervasive and how universal it is and how much we need it. And then if you look at the disparity in access to technology, investment, and resources, inequitable and disproportionate impact on vulnerable communities in the global south, and now even north. Yesterday in the newspaper, Italy has given 10 advices to its citizens what to do, because Rome is, I think, had 40 degrees Celsius, and it says, don't take your pets out, drink enough water, don't do exercise during the midday. And the point is, the cooling has become a challenge, not only in global south, but it is also increasingly coming to north. And local actions with global implications. And behind this background, and against the experience I shared, the International Solar Alliance came as a result of the Paris Declaration, when 70 heads of the countries were present in Paris, COP21. And it talked about, we do hereby declare our intention to support India's proposal to launch an International Solar Alliance as a common platform for cooperation among solar resource-rich countries lying fully or partially between the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. But that was the declaration. Soon you will find countries, like many countries, who are not within tropics, would claim or demand, would desire to become members, and this was amended. ISA was made universal. Any member country of UN could be a member. And it is a treaty-based multi-country partnership organization, but India has experimented with the different models. CDRI was not treaty-based, and the Big Cat Alliance is not treaty-based. So there are different models that that can be followed. In fact, when we are forming Solar Alliance, we did examine the model of CEM. We examined the model of Arctic Council. So there was a consensus analysis of various models that India could adopt, but India, requested a treaty-based organization to be adopted. And the vision to bring, in fact, the point of listing out all this that you are reading in the slide is that if you replace the energy part with cooling, in fact, it totally fits, and all the things that we talk about Solar Alliance will be applicable to a cooling alliance. For example, a common knowledge platform. Today, I attended a few sessions in the morning, and we are talking about, cooling challenges in the agriculture sector. And the DST, Department of Science and Technology, they had a session where they very well brought out the challenges the industry is facing in cooling, and what all policy supports they require, the fiscal policies, the financial policies, not only in India, even globally. So common knowledge platform is a common thing for international organizations, but this is the most useful thing, because they make a single window where you can access to, actors, ideas, and institutions. Financing is, of course, we put $1,000 billion, $1 trillion in the ISA treaty. And cooling, I think, has a lot more potential now. And technology challenges, both for global south and for developing countries, SEEDS countries, LDCs, remains. And capacity building, in fact, India in its cooling action plan, which I'm told is the first in the world, the cooling action plan, it talks about training 100,000 mechanics in the service sector that we need. If it is 100,000 for India, you can imagine how much it is for the entire world. And projects and programs that ISA created to translate its vision, that same applies, of course, in the cooling sector. And collaboration on sustainable cooling, which I call net zero cooling, because net zero cooling will be more expansive. This thing has been captured, except in this graph, I would say that north of the globe, the global north, which, back one please, global north, which seems to be not heat stressed, is increasingly getting heat stressed. And this is one more reason why we need a global platform. It is no more a problem of the global south alone. It is increasingly expanding to global north also. And in terms of potential, more than 55,000 people will die prematurely. It's not a small number. India has lost some 17,488 since 70. 80 million people will face job losses, 670 billion hours of lost labor. 1 degree Celsius increase in global mean temperature means agricultural yield loss of wheat 6%, rice 3.2%, and maize 3.2%, and 526 million tons of food waste every year globally. And this all justifies as to how a cooling alliance, a global cooling alliance, will address not only issues of investment or finance, of technology, but also employment, which is very critical for all countries. And cooling access risk, this has been covered. I'm not going to repeat it, but rural poor and urban poor are relatively improving a lot because of increasing access, electricity access. But this also means, it's creating a problem for the lower middle income group, where the middle class is expanding faster. And their demand will grow, and they will need, as somebody said, 1 billion ACs in India alone. Space cooling share, this is a very interesting thing, but talking about cooling could account for 21% of the total increase in electricity by 2050. And shares of space cooling in Indonesia, Brazil, and India is increasing significantly. It talks about 210 to 460 gigaton CO2 equivalent can be avoided. And space cooling pathways in India can create $1.5 trillion US investment opportunities. And unlocking sustainable cooling opportunities can help create nearly 3.7 million jobs in India alone. And the global figure will be much more. Now, given all the justifications, we are talking about EEE, environment, economy, employment. Cooling alliance seems to be a good idea. We don't say that International Solar Alliance is the only model to be followed. That can be. But we do need, as Prime Minister Modi mentioned, you need a train where the compartments will be full of ideas, of actors, of institutions, and there will be a definition of a station, a definition of a journey, and the train takes towards that target. Like the Montreal Protocol, worked, the ozone issues were addressed. And global platform collaboration, the need is well established because dedicated institutional mechanism to complement existing initiatives, a new platform of global cooperation between heat-stressed countries committed to cooling strategies, especially under the national cooling action plans. In fact, I'm told around 20 countries have cooling plans, but there are 194 members in the UN. Every country can have a cooling action plan, and that is needed. And how, when the ozone crisis was going on, UNDP made a cost survey, benefit cost analysis for most countries. And that type of surveys we don't have. An international organization can actually plan for each country, in terms of addressing cooling issues. A work program to encourage increased leadership from critical countries, complement existing global mechanisms, such as support in implementing global cooling pledge and other such initiatives, have a dedicated mission to solve and conduct new R&D applicable for high heat countries. And the cooling pledge is, of course, a good beginning and a good idea that goes to COP28, I'm told. And these are the 1, 2, 3, but not necessarily in terms of priority. Global platform for collaboration will address technology issues because there is always a issue of supply of technologies and access to technologies and adoption of technologies. But then, like International Solar Alliance and the Honorable Prime Minister's idea was that he was a great admirer of the star called sun. He would say, look, I mean, it never discriminates. So it's a great Marxist. It treats all countries equally, rich and poor equally. And that way, you'll find the solar technologies, the way they progressed over the last 8 years, and in terms of physical quantities that have been added. So a cooling alliance will also address issues of technology and increasing finance. See, when International Solar Alliance talked about $1,000 billion of investment in member countries by 2030, it was looking at a sort of investment that always comes to some countries. 6, 7 countries always get a lot of investment. But, in Solar Alliance, we're talking about investment in small island countries, investment in LDCs, investment in the global south. So it has to be really dispersed. It has to be, need-based, and the cost of investment or the cost of capital also has to come down through different financial mechanisms. And best practices, in fact, today, the DST's workshop, which talked about industries, what type of cooling technologies they have developed, what type of air conditioners they have in the market. And if we think of a global body and a global single window agency to access, finance, technologies, and the best practices, that is going to be definitely very, very useful. Having said this, today's discussion, which Samir will take forward, will focus on 3 things. What is the support needed to transition to sustainable cooling solutions? I call it net zero cooling. What kind of institutional mechanism is needed to meet global cooling needs? Although ultimately, if at all it comes, the countries will sit together and decide. But some proposals can always, this workshop can find out. What are the opportunities to collaborate for increasing financing, developing technology, and sharing best practices for sustainable globally? And thank you, everyone, for having invited me here. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. I think the example of train by Prime Minister Modi, I think we can all resonate with it. We need to define that train. We need to name it, the type, the route it needs to take, and how it takes on the existing the boxes that are already existing, so initiatives that are there. So thank you so much, sir. This was extremely useful to understand the context and how we can start thinking in that direction. And with that, we will open up for discussion, and I will invite Mr. Samir Quatra, who's a policy director with NRDC, to take the discussion forward.
Hi, everyone. I will try my follow your example and make you move a little bit so we are able to digest our lunch well and also have food for thought for all we heard. So we're going to talk about 3 things. What is the need of the hour in terms of this global action? What is needed? What should it focus on? And then, how can it plug and complement some of the efforts which are already existing? For example, the excellent work being done by the Cool Coalition. How do we take that to an implementation at a global level? And then, where are the specific gaps, and what could be the nature of an institutional mechanism like that? And all of this, like Prima initially teased, is going to feed into real discussions that are already happening in progress. Hopefully, we'll have BE join at some point in this discussion and talk about what's going on in India. But also, like we said, the day after tomorrow is the ministerial segment going to discuss on cooling. So before we begin, while you think about that, let me just give you a 1-minute summary of what we've heard so far, at least in my own way. Imagine for a moment, now all of you are at a round table at a universal level. You are representatives of planet Earth. Like each one of you, just imagine you are representing Earth. A small planet, mid-sized sun, mid-sized rock. And then, so you're supposed to introduce yourself. What are you going to say? It's a beautiful, lovely place, 70% water, being run by mostly water and caffeine-based life forms. And how are things? Things are great, except in the last 100 years or so, the planet has started warming. It's called global warming. It's And then the next question will be, so is it bad? Like, why is that bad? Yeah, it's like pretty bad. Like what we discussed, half of these caffeine-based life forms are at high risk. 3 billion, pretty much. And what does that risk mean? Well, 250,000 of them are going to die every year prematurely. Wow, that's like crazy. So, is the entire planet just working on this? Are they fighting global warming? Are they doing something about cooling then? Yeah, a bunch of them are here, but there are probably more people kicking around a ball, playing soccer, football every day than actually focusing on what to do about global warming and cooling. Isn't it mind-boggling just to think about this, that half the world is at risk? 250,000 people are, like, we don't let these facts sink in. We've become so desensitized. And then what are we doing about this? Are we doing enough? We're doing a lot of things, but is that enough? Like, by any stretch of imagination, if we had to represent this planet and explain our focus, it'll be woefully inadequate. We're doing nothing. So even for COVID, the world came together. And this is like half the world. It's like Brian described, this is first a public health risk. 3 billion people are at some kind of a risk, right? Low to medium risk. And then it's a climate risk, medium to high. Medium to high risk, half the world's population, almost entire population at some kind of a risk. So anyways, I think the point has sunk in that we need to do something about it. Since morning, cooling is the hot topic, everybody knows. So what do we do about it? Okay. So first thing is, what is the need for, not need in terms of like, should there be a global action? I think by far now we've discussed that there needs to be global action. But what are the specific needs for this global action? For example, technology. When we talk about, like Brian said, these 1.2 billion people, who are moving up the ladder of prosperity are very likely to buy an air conditioner. Air conditioners have been around for 123 years or so, right? We cannot wish them away in the next 5 years. It's not possible. We should and will talk about alternatives, but the fact is air conditioners are not going anywhere. So do we have the technology right now? Do we have the refrigerants? Do we have the efficiency that is needed? I invite comments, just briefly name an organization, and we can go around the room. Yeah, thank you. There are some micro.
It'll work. Okay. Sorry, thank you. California's perspective, in 2020, for the first time in 20 years, we had blackouts. And the blackouts were driven period. So when you have the evening period and the solar kind of goes down and the wind doesn't come up yet, you have this valley that's really hard to cool and keep the lights on. So I think one of the things that I would like to offer here is to really think about demand flexibility as an important tool in the cooling space. So one of the California's policy is 40% reduction in GHG emissions for buildings by 2030. About much of the building load is directly connected to the emissions of the electricity sector. So I think the interrelationship between the electricity sector, the cooling load, but also water, because
I represent MI-8. It's a startup that works on sustainable/net zero cooling, where air conditioning in itself, typically being a dehumidifier, is suitable for coastal climates, whereas there are alternative technologies for the rest of the country and the rest of the global south, which is inland. 110x reduction in energy use, contributions to take and scale technology like this. What would be interesting is to see what kind of collaborations and partnerships are available, where we can actually take these and deploy these extremely affordable solutions to the masses. And looking at the numbers at 70% being are rising, and they're not just rising at the seacoast towns, they're rising in central parts of countries as well. So maybe like 1/3 of the people, and I'm going to, I think, just pick up on who are at risk, and how and what are we doing to actually cater to make their, and the entire scaremongering situation is that I think in the commitments there are building energy codes, standards and labeling, and many other things. But I think today I just want to steer this discussion a little bit towards like what are we doing for these 3 billion people, and can be provided by desert coolers or super efficient fans and other things, and how are we institutional mechanism that is needed. Played, I think, their roles, and their role is going to be very, very critical. But I also want to bring about, I think, shift the focus a little bit on a couple of institutions which, in my opinion, are going to play an increasingly important role. One is the National Disaster Management Authority, NDMA, and they are the organization, they are the sort of like body which have to prepare India to see, I think, what kind of adaptation and what kinds of resilient infrastructure that is going to get built. And Upendraji talked about ISA, and there is a counterpart organization, infrastructure, CDRI, or climate, CDRI. And CDRI, of course, has simpler for them. And one thing that I would say that the best sleep that a person is going to get is when they are going to sleep, I think, in a room that is powered by a super efficient standards and, I think, business models. We should be cognizant of these things. And the last thing I will say that in terms of the public financing or public infrastructure, a lot of people in India are aware of the Baulis or stepped wells. And these are age-old structures that was developed to take the extreme heat or humid environment where you go through the stepped wells. At the end of it, there is a water well. People can drink from that, and people can actually rest and sleep because it's a subterranean structure. I think in 1950s and 60s, there was a lot of nuclear shelters that were built because nuclear war was a real threat. And I think we need to start to think about, I think, some of these infrastructures that I think our government, state, and I think a city government needs to start.
Forefront of innovation. We just heard, we're looking at beyond ACs, but still touched upon a number of issues. People. So we are talking about what is the support that's needed rather than what we are doing.
Group is how do we make sure we do part in addressing, and to do that, how can we link this to larger processes? This type of session support responses, but there is a replenishment of the global, of the Green Climate Fund coming up in October. How to make sure that sustainable cooling is recognized as an eligible investment for GCF in its next replenishment. That's something concrete. The Global Environment Facility, I'd like to perhaps draw a spotlight on, again, something that I think is really strategic, which is this global cooling stocktake. We all know that COP28 will be undertaking a global stocktake, and this is a really good shadow exercise for a very specific challenge, the global cooling stocktake. What happens after the global stocktake is a lot of course correction. And this is now being telegraphed by many leaders. What do we do to course correct? We know more or less what the stocktake will tell. How do we course correct? that is the opportunity for this group or for the Cool Coalition or for similar minds to really sharpen up that course correction after the global cooling stocktake, because that will give us a roadmap to the future. Thank you.
Thank you. We can keep going down, and then I'll summarize a couple of things.
Hello, I'm Aditya Tsunekar from Prayas Energy Group. We are not-for-profit based in of energy efficiency aspect of cooling. Point number one, while it is definitely very important to build a policy discourse around cooling and set targets, equally important is to have monitoring mechanisms in place on where we are, what's the progress we are making towards the target, or taking the train analogy, which stations we are passing to reach the destination. Otherwise, we might reach some undesired destination. And that happens through transparency and accountability. Transparency in what all goes into policy decisions that you're taking, the standards that you're setting for air conditioners, how you are revising it. If you're not revising it, what are the reasons you are delaying those the revisions. So all those nitty-gritties, they need to be in public domain so that there's it should be out there, so that behavioral that result in people buying ACs. How do they use ACs? Because we use something like 1,600 hours per year as a norm for AC focus on. So transparency and accountability in reaching to the targets, and second, the behavior part of.
And we talk a lot on technology, innovation, R&D, but one of the aspect I wanted to highlight is on so we have sufficient technologies and solutions available today users. So there is a need to basically mainstream the available solutions so that while innovation and R&D is happening, but still we can basically mitigate a large part of the climate impacts which these are making. And for that, we may need a lot on capacity development, a lot on
at least 5-star and above business models, existing air conditioner. But there is so much more to do, and we see especially the fan market where around 47 million fans are being sold every year, and we just touch if say 10 million or so in a year or so. That would be good impact to make. In fact, recently we went to Kolkata, wherein we could find that there are 400 MSME players who are manufacturing fans. And they were so keen to work with different organizations who can help them to come up with the right kind of technology, help them to make them aware, help them to facilitate to have the right kind of input things as well. So there is a lot of many more things to be done on the ground actually. So I'll not talk on the global aspect because the context is well set by the panelist that yes, there is a need of sustainable and.
We have the world's attention. This is the cool that we want. Okay, the world is listening. So what is this institutional mechanism? What do we expect the countries to do? We have excellent initiatives like the Cool Coalition, which has already shown the value of organizations, entities coming together. What if countries put political heft behind this? Can that change the trajectory of cooling? Like, we already know you're doing cool things. Like, this is the group, of course. But talk about what is first behind you, and then we'll go to you as well. And then Sneha. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I'm sorry.
Luminaries who are working in sustainable/net zero cooling. So thank you very much for that. 2 quick points, and I'll try to sort of pointedly answer your sort of questions or requests. Firstly, in terms of what's Aditya said it and several others said it. I only want, and I think there is sort of a quote that goes that the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and we have those good intentions, but they need to be backed up with sort of implementation plans. This should be made sort of publicly available. They should be disclosed publicly. And this is something that I even suggested the last time we met in the NCAP working group. So that's my first suggestion. The second really is the global cooling pledge. I see that, and I have kind of, gone through the pledge in some detail. of consolidation, consolidate efforts and give them legitimacy, which will only come through government involvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Purushottam?
I believe this is not about transformation, this is about pole vaulting. Why I call it pole vaulting is, if I look at the last 10 years, we, along with ISHRE is a very large body of refrigerational event actually. And along with CIFET, we did a study of the last 10 years of buildings that participated and available in the world. There's no problem with technology. The biggest gap we see is moving from system to operational management. So the biggest gap we have is capacity in India, peaks actually. And digital, the price of digital is getting lower and lower. So one, I think digitalization and decarbonization is one recommendation we should look at. Technology is moving faster, talent is not catching up with technology actually. So that's the second piece that I think we should look at. The third is speed and scale, or X or a Y or Z actually.
You, Vishal, and then we'll talk about finance, and maybe you can couple your thoughts along with that, so Vishal, quickly.
Thank you. I am Vishal Garg from Paksha University. I am proposing a very simple action. It's a lifestyle, behavioral thing, picking up the clue from the bone. If cooling is happening, right? And if it is too cold, forcing me to wear a jacket, I will go and talk to the facility manager and ask them to save money by raising the set point. So just a proposal. We have to start working, and many of us are here influencers, and we can definitely influence the other events. Thank you.
Great action item. Sneha and then Rahul, and then Ram, you wanted to come in at some point too?
Always cold, but more often than not, they're not able to change it, some or the other rules. Anyways, thanks for convening this rich discussion. A lot of great points have been made already. I'm picking up on what you said about no crisis should go to waste. And Samir, your call about what is needed. So without being repetitive, I think the new point I want to add is the importance of collaboration, coordination is absolutely essential, and across various different ministries, progress can be really made rapidly. And once we start with that stronger foundation within each country, then the international collaboration becomes that much more robust. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Excellent point. Rahul, and then so you, and then we'll go
to cities, and particularly when we are closely working with cities in India, they are very keen to act on cooling, but they don't know what exactly they have to do. For example, we talk about permeable surfaces, pavements and all. They don't know how it needs to be incorporated into their sustainable procurement system, what technical specifications, who are the vendors, what are the costs. So these are some basic requirements at city level which needs to be fulfilled. Second thing is, we have done a lot of R&D innovations on active cooling sites, energy efficient technologies, low refrigerant technologies. Lot needs to be done on the passive cooling side. And that is where the housing department, urban development department needs to come together. So many new houses are being built. So many new flyovers are being built. Lot of cement getting added into cities. How we can make sure that sustainable building materials are promoted, sustainable permeable surfaces are promoted. And the third thing is how urban development department can be made aware and trained. Say, for example, the master planners or the new area development planners, if they are trained, they are made aware that there has to be open spaces, there has to be certain trees that needs to be incorporated. Because as per the urban guidelines, they say that, for example, the city of Chennai, they say that 10% of area should be green. But what the builders do is 10% of area of green means they put grass and they claim it as green. This is not just not acceptable.
Yeah.
So we need to change the thinking, and we need to train. We need to create a lot of awareness at urban development level and at the building construction level. So these were some of the points. Thank you.
So I see knowledge, awareness, training globally as well is equally important. So you want to add to the discussion?
Just one point on the policy level. It is a time to start, we promote the resource efficiency rather than the site efficiency. We have to take into account in the losses in the system in order to sustain the cooling technology. Sustaining technology comes with the extra cost, but when you want to justify the system, then we have a level playing field for the technology to penetrate. So every country should work on the resource COP rather than doing the site COP, which has a lot of impurity in promoting this technology.
Okay, thank you. I know we have a couple of speakers here as well. I just want to also focus on finance, because that's also coming up multiple times as one of the key themes. We need investment, we need finance, we need R&D, which again needs finance and investment. So to the point, you can address that in your comments. Amit, I know you'll have some thoughts on that. So whoever, I'm apologize, I've forgotten the order, but if you could raise your hands and we can comment from there. I know ma'am, you.
Energy Agency, available products. And in our net zero emission scenario, where we try to get to our climate goals, we outlined 3 key areas of improvement, which would be to build better. So really focusing on building codes for on passive solutions for cooling as the first step that would reduce active cooling demand. We need to change behavior, as my colleague already mentioned. Air conditioning temperature set points at 24, 25 degrees, not much below. And improving efficiency and also flexibly managing demand to reduce peak loads. And I also wanted to mention that we're very proud to coordinate the SEED, Super Efficient Equipment and Appliance Deployment Initiative. We call it financing initiatives as well, particularly for super efficient or highly efficient air conditioners and refrigerators, addressing salaried employees, but also through utility on-bill financing models, partially prepaid metered customers of utilities.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, we only have 5 more minutes. So, Amit, did you have your hand up as well?
Yeah. And yes. I can be very quick. So my name is Amit Khare. I represent Sequoia Climate Foundation. I think, Samir, to your question, what needed in future is understand really what means sustainable cooling, can buy air conditioner, and things like that, right? So, where are the roadblocks and what can really be influential in their journey to buy that air conditioner? I think from the global perspective, more collaboration. You all have, some of you have pointed out so many great points. Can we have something like ISA that we have for solar? Can we have something like that for cooling, where countries can come together, work on very strategic initiatives regarding high efficiency cooling or fans like that? Something more tangible collaborations which can go beyond this pledge. And pledge is great.
That's a great thought. I'm afraid we won't have time for more questions, but this shows the demand for more discussions like this. But you raised such a good
date for you, okay? 40 years, okay? 5th of September 1983, I started work in refrigeration, which makes me really old, okay? And it also means it's all my fault. Because at the time, we just didn't know. we didn't know about this. We didn't know about CFCs and the impact of on the ozone layer, etc. But we know now, okay? And it is our time, okay? We've got COP in a hot country, okay? We've got extreme events all over the news. It's our time and it's our opportunity. And I would encourage you, a number of you have said, the first thing you should do when you start to focus on a subject is you have a plan. Okay? In the UK, we do not have an NCAP. We do not. Okay? We do not have a cooling plan. But we hope to be able to sign the pledge, and we've agreed at ministerial level, it will be coming on Friday, and they will say that we will be working with the Cool Coalition to develop the pledge over the next few months with a view to it being signed at COP. And one of the key outcomes of the pledge is to develop a plan, okay? 35 countries you said over there, okay? Snehal said a Ministry of Cooling, okay? Making sure we've got a tangible plan in each country will then start to give us some direction of focus. And I would just hold on to that. Encourage your country, if it doesn't already, not committed to the pledge, but encourage your country, write to your ministers, encourage them to sign up to the pledge. Okay? That would be my final comments, and thanks very much for the opportunity. What a fantastic session.
Thank you very much. Just in terms of the next steps, we are going to summarize this discussion. Like we said, we have to carry this forward. This will feed into the 21st session, to the discussion leading to the COP. If you signed up on the sheet passing around, we'll make sure to send you a summary as well, so you have that. So once again, thank you very much for joining and for a very rich discussion. Thank you.
This is meant to be a very dynamic, interactive discussion. There's not going to be a lot of, we have a couple presentations, but there's also time for brainstorming questions. So we're definitely looking to engage the audience in this discussion. So please feel free and welcome to sit at the table. There's no assigned seating for this one, so just please join, make yourself comfortable. All right, thanks everyone. We'll get started. Can we shut the door in the back, please? Thanks. Thanks. Welcome everyone. This is the monitoring, reporting, and verification session for carbon dioxide removal. My name is Mark Iakevich. I'm the mission director for the CDR. When we get into the slides, but we're really looking to have an engaging discussion on the CDR topic. And we have, I'll provide an overview presentation, just going through the agenda. I'll provide an overview, then we'll have 2 sessions. The first session, we will have 2 presenters and then a moderated discussion, and then we will have the second session with 2 presentations and then a moderated discussion as well. So if we can pull up the, yep, thanks. Perfect. So I'm just going to provide some updates on the CDR mission just to help frame us here a little bit and to get things started. So first, just an overview of the mission itself for those of you who may be unfamiliar. It was launched at COP26 in November 2021. Approaches, so these are things like direct air capture or hybrid approaches. All of these technical tracks are life cycle analysis, techno-economic analyses, monitoring, reporting, and verification as well. So just really trying to focus on the technological approaches. Pleased that we have a number of co-leads, and they're here today from Saudi Arabia, Canada. We also have members from Australia, European Commission, Japan, Norway, India, and the United Kingdom as well. And then a number of observers as part of the mission. We're always open to new members, and we're also looking to increase our engagement with private sector as well. So just some recent highlights over the past 6 to 12 months. We've started moving more into a roadmap for CDR and also our action plan. So these are available on the Mission Innovation website. Please, if you haven't had a chance to take a look at them, take a peek. It definitely helps show the strategic direction that the mission's moving towards. And then finally, we've launched a number of sprints, one on what we call CDR Launchpad, and I'll talk about that here in a second. And then also this week, we're looking at launching a CDR mapping effort as well. I'm going to skip key to this is life cycle analysis and TEA, and we'll touch on this a little bit probably as we go throughout. But the CDR Launchpad, this was initiated and launched at COP27, but it was really a coalition of governments to work together to advance and accelerate CDR technologies by investing in pilot and demo projects. And the commitment is to have 1,000 ton per year pilot or demonstration project. It can be in any technical track for carbon dioxide removal, but really helping to push things forward to drive. We can leverage the work that we're doing on the pilot scale technologies. So some of the updates for it, we've been looking at a data sharing platform and taxonomy for information sharing out of the Launchpad activities. We've also had Iceland join the Launchpad as a member. It's actually, I think, in March of 2023 officially joined, but its discussions began in September. And then that's really one of the key emphases of why we're here today, is to really explore the MRV portion of carbon dioxide removal. So just looking at the priorities going forward, continuing to make progress on our sprints and initiatives, looking at how are we measuring the impact from the mission itself, looking at maximizing opportunities for strategic engagement. I think a lot of that, we're looking to have that come out of discussions today and future discussions, and then again expanding on some of that momentum. So just to kind of focus for today, what we're looking to do is discuss CDR MRV, the technology needs, and opportunities for collaboration. We're looking to gather this input on, what are the needs for. So with that, just thank you all. Definitely come back and have engagement with everyone afterwards. So.
Thank you, Mark, and hello, everybody. I'll just pull up my slides. I think, is there anything I need to do here, or will they be loaded? Oh, there we go. So, my name is Adam Balen-Stern. My focus is international policy development at Carbon Engineering, and we're a company that's based in Canada, based in British Columbia. Been developing our direct air capture technology for almost 15 years. We have an innovation center up in near Vancouver, where we really have proved out our technology and de-risk every component of it so that it's ready for use in commercial facilities globally. And speaking of commercial facilities, today are the first facility. We really believe that having robust monitoring, reporting, and verification is fundamental to ensuring that DAC and more broadly engineered forms of CDR and even all CDR can play a role in moving the world towards net zero. So really we need this MRV to ensure that our technology delivers. I'll just take a very quick minute to go through our technology. I'm not going to talk about all of this, but very simply, we have a chemical process that allows us to take CO2, very dilute in the atmosphere, concentrate it, and deliver a pure form of CO2 that can then be stored geologically to deliver high integrity carbon removal, or to be used, for example, as an input for fuels. I'll just make one point on the design of our technology, which is really that it's designed around existing purposed from other industries so that it can be deployed globally at climate relevant scales. Happy to answer more questions, but I only have a few minutes, so let's talk about MRV. So I've got a little bit of a why do we need MRV? What are some of the kind of best practices that we tend to advocate for when we're engaging on standards, be they for the voluntary or compliance market, and then a couple of kind of more specific points that relate to DAC among the set of technology that all CDR approaches are within climate markets around the world. I'll point out one or two of the looks like in terms of MRV for CDR. So first off, I'll just say that good data and good MRV, good data is how we get to good MRV. So the second item I have here really is this idea of having a common system boundary across approaches with cradle to grave LCA. Talk a little bit more about how I think it's critical and excellent that the mission is focusing on this aspect of MRV. Otherwise, one other thing I'll highlight from this list here is just this idea of having common standards across regions and systems. So when we think about CDR, one of the unique features that it has as one of the tools in the climate toolkit is that these facilities, CO2 doesn't know borders, CO2 is spread globally, and when we think about removing CO2 out of the atmosphere, these projects really can take place anywhere. So having common standards across systems can really allow CDR to play a role in global carbon markets, and I know that's something that Tim's going to talk a little bit more about, so I won't go into that in too much detail. Finally, on DAC and MRV. So there's a couple of distinguishing features here. The first being that that there are well-established MRV systems when it comes to the geologic storage of CO2. So this really applies kind of to DAC as well as to some of the bikers technologies that fall within the scope of this mission. But important to know that we're not really starting at square one. We know what good looks like. There are some great regional examples of what good MRV looks like. And actually on this, as mentioned, we're working with our project partner 1.5. They're actually had the first EPA, US EPA approved MRV plans for CO2 sequestration in 2015. So a great partner that really has been a leader in integrity and transparency. There are other regional examples in my native Canada, in the EU and elsewhere in the world where we have examples of these international best practices and MRV systems. And finally, one point related to DAC that's kind of somewhat tangential to MRV, but really critical in terms of how we evaluate projects and ensure integrity is the idea of green procurement of energy. So DAC tends to have large energy demands, so it's really critical that we find systems that have both strong guardrails ensuring the green procurement of the energy that's used for the direct air capture, but also some contract flexibility. So this is the last slide I'll talk to. I've already highlighted here that good data is good MRV. So I really think it's critical that this life cycle analysis, techno-economic analysis working group that's been established by the CDR initiative here can help to advance this. And then one other point being relating to IPCC's inventory rules and guidelines. So currently, if a country wants to report CDR from direct air capture under their national inventory, under IPCC rules and guidelines, there's a bit of a lack of clarity about how to report it. So we really think that countries should be calling on the IPCC to update these rules and guidelines, or in the short term, at least provide some technical guidance on how to report such carbon removals. And then finally, really this idea that there are some great examples here, so we really think there's a role for governments to lean in, step up and promote what are the best practices for MRV so that we can more quickly expand these systems across the globe and across all regions where we're going to be doing engineered forms of CDR. So with that, I will pass it back to Mark.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Adam. And so we'll go right into our next speaker, who is Tim Dixon from the IEA Greenhouse Gas R&D program. And once Tim concludes, we'll have one of our colleagues moderate a panel discussion for maybe 20, 30 minutes or so, and then we'll go into the next session. So, Tim.
Thank you very much, Mark. And thanks, Adam. So I'll just wait for my slides to come up. And while we wait, so I've been asked to talk about the UNFCCC and Article 6 perspectives on CDR as an enabler for cross-border removal transactions. Have you got them? And what that means is that if you're familiar with the carbon markets, it means I'm talking about things that are in the compliance carbon markets as opposed to the voluntary carbon markets, where there are some methodologies out already, thank you very much, in this area from CCS Plus, etc. But this is the compliance carbon market world, and that's where Article 6 is a very active area of negotiations in process at the moment. So I'll just talk you through what's happening and a couple of key points that Adam's already alluded to. First of all, I just have to share the disclaimer. We're not the IEA from Paris, so anything I say doesn't count as their views. But we're a technology collaboration program set up under them. And our focus is on CCS, and we're funded by 35 member countries. Adam had showed the basic principles. Here's our version. Basically, CDR is about removing CO2 physically from the atmosphere. The MRV should be able to reflect the permanence or the durability of the removals, because removals can be short-term, medium-term, or long-term. The upstream and the downstream emissions should be taken into account so that net removals can be quantified. Adam had this in the energy supply DAC. And then this is a key principle for emissions trading schemes in general, should reversals occur, reversals means it's come back out from storage, these need to be identified, quantified, and accounted for. And then the normal rule is credits are surrendered for the equivalent amount of the leakage. So that happens in the EU ETS, and it happens in the Clean Development Mechanism. And you can frame MRV in two ways. One is at the national level for countries reporting their greenhouse gas inventories, where they should follow the principles of transparency, accuracy, completeness, comparability, and consistency. And then MRV at the project-based level, where the removals must be real, measurable, additional, not resulting in leakage, not double-counted, and permanent, and referring to the same points that Adam just meant. So those are general principles, and there may be some more as well. So coming to the Paris Agreement, Article 6, which is international cooperation, designed to enable countries to work internationally in meeting their targets under their own NDCs, nationally determined contributions. So it's meant to be about enabling more ambitious NDCs. And the two key parts here, setting up new frameworks, is Article 6.2, which is to do with emissions trading between countries. And sorry for the acronyms there, I didn't spell them out. Internationally transferable mitigation options and other intended mitigation. I've forgotten the P. But that's OIMPs is the route for the voluntary carbon market into the Article 6. And Article 6.4 is an activity-based system between countries, a project-based system, like a new clean development mechanism. So these will set up the frameworks for carbon markets. These were the framework agreements were only agreed in COP26 in Glasgow 18 months ago, and so the detail is underway to operationalize these at the moment. They've got a very key aspect to them, and that's provisions to ensure there are corresponding adjustments in them to ensure there's no double accounting should take place between one project in one country and another country getting those credits or offsets from that. Both these mechanisms are technology neutral, so that's important in general, but it's also important for CCS. And they do actually mention explicitly removals within them as well. And both have some work to do to complete the rules on these. So Article 6.2 is between countries. There are bilateral agreements set up already between countries, and it's up to them to report under their greenhouse gas emissions inventory and to have corresponding adjustments. So if emissions removed in one country, the offsets can't be used by both countries involved in that if it's financed from another country. And that's relatively straightforward. But Article 6, supervisory body provides the governance. It had its first meeting in July last year. And interestingly, on the first agenda of its first meeting, from the UNFCCC Paris Agreement bodies, was that they should consider how to consider removals. And removals in the broadest sense, both land-based and engineering-based, to use their terms. So from the first meeting, we witnessed some pushback against engineered CDR being included, specifically BECS and DACs. So as IAGHG, we input immediately with some points, which I'll come to in a moment. But they've had 6 meetings now, the supervisory body, and unfortunately, it's got a bit contentious between the land-based and the engineering-based. And there's been some quite strong advocacy and lobbying by the land-based organisations, NGOs, against the engineering-based. And the Secretariat for the supervisory body has allowed that to go into the information notes. The first two information notes were okay, but then the third one got very biased. There were examples of sort of non-evidence-based statements, such as that it's not suitable, engineered removals are not suitable for developing countries, they don't reduce overall mitigation costs, they don't fit with sustainable development, DAX leads to risks to land and human rights and water, geological storage has some considerable risks to it. But in the same documents, as we know with the land-based, there are also some disadvantages as well, including the permanence aspect, including the water usage for afforestation, etc. But these weren't mentioned at all in the third and fourth information notes. So this got more and more submissions going in from the engineered CDR community, just trying to seek fairness and equivalence and evidence base in these. So it's an active area, it's ongoing still at the moment, and of course we need both land-based and engineering-based removals, and there's different aspects to both, and there's going to be different MRVs required for both. But what we just want is some fairness and balance. So for their first meeting, this is where they presented, there was only two organisations that input, one was us, and the points I'm making in this slide, they took from our inputs. And the two main points here, when you're considering MRV for CDR, is that the hardest bit is that on the geological storage accounting, that's been done. Basically, we have the IPCC Greenhouse Gas Inventory Guidelines from 2006, provides guidance for countries to report in their national inventory. And we have the Clean Development Mechanism, modalities and procedures for CCS, agreed in 2011 for CCS in developing countries. And that provides a set of de facto rules and regulations for secure geological storage. So just to emphasize, the hardest bits, in my view, have already been agreed by the international climate world. So the IPCC greenhouse gas guidelines for greenhouse gas inventories. So you're probably familiar with these, but these are used by every country to report their national greenhouse gas emissions inventories for every aspect of human activity. They normally work on an emissions factor approach and calculate the emissions produced from different forms of human activity. But in 2006, they looked at CO2 injection and storage as a new activity and realized it needs to be based upon a measurement and monitoring-based approach, a tier 3 approach. And they came up with this methodology about characterizing the geology, assessing the risks of leakage, modeling and predicting the CO2 behavior, and then a monitoring plan on top of that to ensure the CO2 stays secure, or if in the remote chance there is leakage, it supports the zero leakage assumption unless the monitoring indicates otherwise. And how do you have appropriately selected and managed sites? That's the role of regulations. And we've got lots of regulations internationally and nationally for CO2 geological storage. For the clean development mechanism, there was 5 years of work considering whether this should be in the clean development mechanism. And then in 2011, it was agreed, and a set of modalities and procedures specifically for CCS were agreed to allow CCS to be in and generate credits. And the main aspect that is of interest for geological storage in developing countries is not to put any responsibility on the or liability on the country if they don't want it. So that was resolved in a policy sense that the host country has two options. They take the responsibility for the long-term liability of surrendering a credit if there's leakage, or they don't, and the liability goes with the owner of the credits in the future. And that was the way that it was resolved. It followed very similar requirements to the European CCS directive, like when the project can close, responsibility goes to the state, the criteria for closing a project. And this was very significant because it legitimized CCS for developing countries and provided this de facto regulatory regime for these countries as well, and set a precedent for CCS under international mechanisms into the future. So I'm jumping forwards now with a 2-minute note. The last meeting was just last week, and thanks very much to Nora Al-Amir from the GCCSI. I don't know if Nora's in the room, for providing this. I was away running our summer school last week. Nora was following the meeting, and there was a summary of all the inputs, again in a document more balanced. It was a structured discussion-based input for the last submissions, but they're going to have another public consultation that's just opened, seeking more inputs with specific questions. But at least they're asking more questions now that are more related to the operational functioning of the Article 6.4 mechanism. So further, my conclusions on further action needed. So Article 6.4, we must maintain vigilance on these ongoing negotiations to ensure that they're just evidence-based rules, reflecting the basic MRV CDR principles, allowing both land-based and engineered removals. The IPCC Greenhouse Gas Inventory Guidelines, Adam mentioned this, we've got the rules for CCS, they cover BECCS, there's guidance on biochar, but there's not explicit guidance on direct air capture. And that is a problem. It creates a little bit of uncertainty for countries reporting direct air capture-based activities. And we need the IPCC's Task Force Inventories, TFI, to put this on their work list to do this. I don't think there's any showstoppers there. They just need to write something on this. And my own organisation, we've got work just started to develop or to write a report on MRV for greenhouse gas removal. That's both CO2 and methane that we'll report later this year. So that's a quick run through, primarily on UNFCCC Article 6.4. Thank you, Mark. Back over to you.
Great, thanks, Tim. So what we're going to do now is move into moderated discussion, and our colleague Adam Wong will help lead us through the discussion. So I'll turn it over to Adam.
All right, thanks, Mark. I think some of you know my colleague Michael Thompson was supposed to be here. Unfortunately, he was unable to make it, so you've got me filling in, but happy to do this one. Thank you, Tim, for the presentation, and also, I guess, from one Adam to another Adam, thank you, Adam, as well. The next part of the session was supposed to be a facilitated discussion and open and dialogue for folks to chime in. I think we heard it first from Adam, the private sector approach. I think I saw in there how MI-CDR is well placed to advance this forward, and also really the governments can lean in to promote best practices. And we also heard from Tim, though, with some of the ongoing multilateral government conversations with UNFCCC, Article 6, and how there was that initial unfortunate pushback on the engineered CDR approaches, but how we need to remain, I think you said, vigilance in these ongoing negotiations to include both engineered and land-based. So I think, as I said, open discussion, opportunity for everyone to chime in here, but I'll toss out the first question that Michael kind of insisted that I ask, and that's, what are the key early next steps for MRV that is necessary while we are scaling up CDR and to enable that scaling up? Maybe I'll see if Tim or Adam want to answer that first, and then also open it up to others.
Say something quickly and then hand back. No. So one thing I think that I could mention, I kind of skipped over this in the presentation I gave at the start, is that we're seeing beyond, of course, the MRV systems I mentioned in compliance markets and developed by countries, a variety of voluntary market methodologies that include MRV components and that can essentially serve as standards or certification systems for carbon removal credits that are generated within the voluntary market, so not driven by government policies. And I think there's a need to ensure that kind of the best practice, the features of these systems are equally stringent, and that there's enough similarity between these systems, and that the integrity of all these systems is high enough so that as we do move into this world of Article 6.4, and as projects generated in one region, potentially initially with a voluntary standard in mind, begin to enter a compliance market, that can happen smoothly.
So I think the key early next steps, I'm just going to sort of repeat what I said, that the IPCC's task force on inventories needs to get this onto their work program, because I think it would be a very straightforward piece of work to get it included. And that opens the door for the compliance markets in general. The voluntary markets that Adam's referred to, I think CCS Plus has got a methodology out for consultation at the moment. I've looked at it, and it's suitably cautious and conservative. It includes the energy inputs to DAC and the emissions from those, so that's very good. And we know that many companies are now investing in direct air capture offsets, such as Stripe and Microsoft and others, that's providing us nice early investment in these companies and their technologies. So that's good, but we need the compliance markets to catch up, in a sense. So, yeah, IPCC, country delegates to the IPCC inventory side, ask them to look at this, please.
All right, thanks, Adam and Tim. I open the floor up for other folks. Maybe I'll pass the mic around to this gentleman, and we can work around for other questions or to answer that question.
I need some clarification from Tim Dixon. You mentioned about additionality and referred to CDM. What is additionality in CDR? It's not clear to me.
So additionality in the CDM was an important concept, that the projects would not happen in any case.
Yes.
But with CDR, they are implicitly additional. They're removing CO2 from the atmosphere. So unless there's a government policy in place with a target, which there may be in some way, if there's direct government investment, like we heard that the UK government's got a target of 5 million tonnes per year by 2030. Okay. So it's got to be in addition to whatever would have happened otherwise.
Okay, so it's similar to CDR. Definition is almost similar to CDR, CDM. Yeah. The second is, why did you say that engineered CDR is having a negative view from the board? Why do they think that it's not comparable to the other CDR?
Well, I can't really speak for their minds and their thinking. You know, there's certainly an ideology there, and CCS gets dragged into some of the questions or points as well for its association with fossil fuels. But much has been driven by some of the organisations with their inputs, such as CIEL, the Centre for International Environmental Law, have been very active in their submissions, and they're very against CCS and engineered CDR, citing all sorts of reasons that aren't correct or aren't fully correct. So they obviously have their own agenda as an organisation. And some of the Secretariat's work has been selective then in taking from theirs. If you actually look at CIEL's submissions, they are equally concerned about land-based removals, but the Secretariat, for the purposes of the information notes, only took the negatives on engineered and didn't take the negatives from land-based. But CIEL are concerned about both. So it's, yeah, I can't really explain why they would want to do that when the science is there and the IPCC...
Scientifically, I find it difficult to understand.
They're not following the IPCC science.
Yes,
that's right.
Indeed. Thank you.
Hi, yeah, so my name's Anna Stevenson, so I'm from the UK government. So I just wanted to say that, the UK is committed. So we had a consultation earlier in the year, and the consultation response has shown that we're committed to developing a business model for greenhouse gas removals in order to be able to commercially deploy GGR in the next decade. But I also, so within that consultation, we also set out a set of principles which are very similar to the principles which you've raised today for greenhouse gas removals. But I also just wanted to mention that we've also starting to do some work where we're mapping out the landscape of the different methodologies and also different standards which are out there. So and looking at the accessibility of them, the accuracy of them, the simplicity of them. So going through all of the methodologies which are there and then being able to compare them all on a consistent basis. And so that'll be published later in the year and that'll be accessible to everyone. So I just want to make sure that everyone knows that so that it's not duplicated and then everyone is going to be able to use that to help with further method development.
That's great. We don't like duplication, so we like imitation when it helps move technologies and projects forward. But that's great. Thanks. Oh yeah, Adam. Sorry, you need the mic back.
Right. Does anyone, any other questions? I can go walk. That's not a problem.
I have a question so of course you're talking about CCS, directed capture, and different kind of technologies, right? Do you also cover the end goal of where that carbon is going? Because in some of the utilization applications like methanol or urea, for instance, it'll get released anyway, right? So it's just a delayed emission. So how are those things being captured, or is there an integrated approach being taken?
You're absolutely right, and a good description of these issues is there's an EU consultation out at the moment proposing a system for recognising removals, and they do categorise the removals, and they do acknowledge that some of the utilisation ones can be more permanent, but many are not, and I think it's in their definitions that they're not going to certificate those that are not permanent removals. So the ones they're basically covering is BECS, DACS, and enhanced mineralisation under the EU certification scheme. So it's an interesting document. It's a good summary of these issues. And if there's anybody from the European Commission in the room, I just would like to know how it will interface with the European Emissions Trading Scheme, because they haven't made that linkage across, and that's a cap and trade scheme. But otherwise, the principles are there. And it's all about permanent removals of CO2 from the atmosphere.
So by permanent removal, it's basically sequestration of carbon dioxide. That's the only way, or converting it into a plastic or something in the worst case scenario.
Not plastics. That's not secure enough under their consideration.
So it's sequestration.
Yeah, and they also, there is a task force in Europe that's looking at removals, and they're also looking at the land-based side. So these aren't at the moment included under the certificates, I don't think. I'm looking for Anna in the room. But they've got a new phrase for the land-based removals, and that's carbon farming. Carbon farming. So land use, farming practices and other things with the intention of removing CO2 from the atmosphere.
Got it, thanks.
And they may have to produce their own set of MRV for those activities separate from those for the engineered with the permanent removals.
Sure. Okay. Question. So what are the latest advances on the MRV side, particularly, let's say, with the development and proliferation of a lot of nature-based solutions? So, if any of you can speak to some of those.
So I'm going to say that's a great question, and why don't we open that up to the audience here, if there's anyone, because we're really looking to brainstorm ideas, because this is really looking to support activities, the focus. So I'll maybe turn that question over to the audience if there's anyone that has thoughts on that.
All right, Hussein Hatayit, Kaus, Saudi Arabia. I'm going to broke the same question a bit broader than just nature-based solution, because I think even for, let's say, CDR in mineralization, for example, or geological formation is not that straightforward, for it. So I know that, Tim, I think he brought some technologies like modeling and simulation and monitoring and so on. But if I want to give an analogy to that, right, for CDR in terms of the oil and gas, which is, let's say, how you book reserves, right, in oil and gas. And this is of course, took a lot of effort, right, over time, but it is now, to some extent, well established, how you book your reserves. And this depends on also different type of hydrocarbons, from, let's say, gas to oil to heavy oil to shale and so on. But when it get to CDR, right, including nature-based solutions or subsurface-based solutions and so on, it's not straightforward, all right? Even when it gets to the simulation, modeling and simulation, you can use different simulation methods that give you an order of magnitude difference between the two. So it will be critical, right, to come up, right, with this standard, right, methodologies, how you book, for example, your entrapments, how you put basically your CO2. When we talk about an example, right, when we talk about mineralization, right, the process of enhanced weathering, you put CO2 in a system, and then from the reactivity of CO2 with deformation, actually you can liberate some of the CO2 that already entrapped in these rocks, right? So it is actually two-way flux, right, for it. So you have negative and positive, and then how you establish overall the net balance. So this is of course, this requires to develop methodologies, right? I know that there has been several pilots that have been conducted in different places in the US, in Iceland, in Europe on that. And different methodologies have been established for this, using, let's say, tracers, using seismic imaging and so on for it. But I don't think at this point we have sort of uniform standard, and this is where I think, somehow, whether it is from the IPCC or different, organization, that has to, sort of bring together all these experts. And I would also, trying to engage the oil and gas industry as well, because there has been actually a lot of experience in this area, and bring all this together to eventually come up with some standards on that. Thanks.
I am Atsushi Kurosawa from the Institute of Applied Energy Japan. So I'm the member of the MIRA committee of TC 265 dealing with the CCS methodology. So in this community, now we are discussing the negative emission opportunity to include their framework. But at first, we are doing in the ad hoc approach. So we are very curious, cautious about that, because it could be the industrial standard in the future. So it affects the domestic law, and also we have to survey the each country's domestic law. So we have a close communication with the MI and CEM committee of the crucial input of the state of the art. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, my question to Adam. Yeah, thanks for your nice presentation, Adam. I would like to understand regarding the process, because we in India also have a carbon market in place, and we have a lot of opportunity for CDR. So do you do kind of feasibility study when you propose for a project, like what kind of concentration of CO2 should be required in that particular environment to propose for your project? And also you do the life cycle analysis for that particular project on case-to-case basis. It will bring some more clarity to the situation. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I'll comment briefly on kind of what goes into when we're thinking about where we're going to site DAC projects, but I won't spend too much time on it because, of course, as a company, we're really focused on the capture side. We're really focused on finding locations where we can have a cost-effective atmospheric capture of CO2. Of course, then there's techno-economic analysis that's related to characterizing that. And life cycle analysis related to kind of the upstream part of the process that's absolutely critical from an MRV point of view. And then looking at the geologic storage is kind of the other side where there's more commonality among different forms, for example, of carbon capture and storage. In terms of kind of what we look at that's the most relevant kind of in the context of this event. Energy procurement is huge, so we need to understand the energy inputs that will be used in a project. So thinking about the electrical input, we need to be using clean electricity, and we need to be either looking at projects that are using electricity from clean grids, that are using electricity from things like power purchase agreement, or that have behind the meter capacity attached to them. There's also a need for high temperature heat, which in the first generations of our technology uses natural gas. So a very critical, important component of our life cycle analysis is to understand the methane emissions related to that natural gas use. I will mention that the technology is designed around oxy-firing the gas, and any combustion CO2 is co-captured alongside the atmospheric CO2. So really, what we need to be doing the LCA on is largely this upstream methane. But to your question as well, a couple of other things we think about, of course, are the climatic conditions, the elevation, things like that in terms of
and
capture
any
efficiency.
specific recommendations about the concentration of CO2 in the particular area, and based on that, the cost will depend?
Yeah, so it's a good question. I mean, it's quite homogeneous globally, CO2 concentrations in the atmosphere, and direct air capture is quite distinct from other forms of CCS, where in that we're not looking to capture everything. We kind of want to capture the share that leads to the most cost-effective volumes of CO2 being captured. Whereas when we're looking at point source, when others are looking at point source capture, really we want to be capturing the bulk of the emissions, and that's what those projects will be doing. But one factor I'll highlight is kind of elevation. The share of CO2 is the same globally. However, there is just more air per volume at lower elevations, so that's a factor.
Thank you. It's given me a privilege to just ask.
Sorry, we gotta
It's
move
okay.
on. We gotta move on to the next session. Yeah.
Thank you.
So thanks. We're going to move on to the second session for our breakout here, and it's going to ultimately focus on the potential government, public-private collaboration, and how can that help facilitate some of the work and movement into MRV. So we'll go to our next speaker, which is Casey Davidson from Pacific Northwest National Lab, and we will get a mic down to the other end here. Yes. We're keeping everyone on their toes by shifting things around. Can we pass that down, please?
Non-hierarchical seating arrangements work out.
We're a communal organization.
Indeed. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Right, we'll wait where those slides are queued up. Okay, moving right along, my name is Casey Davidson. I'm a research scientist at the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. We're one of the I think it is. You guys can hear me? All right. Okay, so the national labs, I am not DOE. I joke that Mark is my boss's 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 boss. I work at one of the 17 national laboratories that support the U.S. Department of Energy's R&D mission, and we're the dot way up there in the top left corner. So to the point that the gentleman made earlier about mineralization storage, MRV not being straightforward, you're exactly right. In the case of putting CO2 into a sandstone where it remains as supercritical CO2 in various forms, that's a flow-based, mass-based, you see what goes by the flow meter, and that is your MRV, while you're also monitoring and making sure that it does what you expect it to do. When you're talking about CO2 mineralization storage, which I am hearing things from people that, oh yeah, that's settled science. We know how to do that. We've done it twice, so it's not fantasy. But we did a pure phase CO2 injection, supercritical CO2 injection that Mark and his organization funded back in 2013 in the Wallula basalts, and found that when we shut in the well 2 years later, about 60% had turned to minerals, which very closely tracked what we saw in the laboratory. That's unusual. The CarbFix experience in Iceland is injecting dissolved phase CO2. They have kind of their own monitoring technologies and approaches to verify the mineralization of what they're putting in. But these were both very much one-off experiences because every site is different and every reservoir and operational consideration is different. So even these are not quite straightforward. But we've been hearing increasingly from companies, because we have that background in mineralization storage, we've been hearing from companies who want to do mineralization-based carbon dioxide removal technologies. And I have been impressed and flabbergasted by the diversity of those technologies that people are bringing forward that I wouldn't have dawned on me. And some of them that you think, man, I wish I had thought of that. But we didn't think of it. So coming up with measurement, reporting, and verification approaches for technologies that somebody hasn't necessarily even thought of yet. Hopefully, we want to come up with frameworks that can accommodate those technologies so that as we're building these at the beginning, they continue to be flexible and adaptive as the technologies evolve. So the U.S. Department of Energy has funded that gaggle of 17 national laboratories that you saw on the previous slide to look at a framework approach that is a top-down version of what we're seeing evolving in the voluntary market. So we have companies like Vera, Gold Standard, who are working with individual technology developers to come up with an MRV approach. More and more we're hearing from folks who think that you can get a 45Q credit in the United States for geologic storage. You should be able to do that if you're, for example, taking bio oil and putting it in the ground. Those people will say, why are we not getting the 45Q credit? And then it becomes a very broad spectrum of other technologies that also want to qualify. And I think that those companies are pushing IRS, they're pushing Treasury, and they're pushing DOE to make sure that those things can be valued commonly. So this is part of a national laboratory call. DOE asked the national labs to think about what that top-down structure would look like. How do we create a structure that can accommodate as much innovation as possible and also check the box for some of the things that we saw on Adam's slide deck earlier. We need to be able to ensure, we need to be able to reassure regulators of how these things are going to be done. We need to be able to reassure investors. There's a lot, I see a lot of pitch decks these days, and it would be great if there was a common framework where people could come to me and give me a set of metrics and I could compare apples to apples the different technologies that I'm seeing. That doesn't exist yet, and that's what DOE has asked us to do here. This is just at the beginning, $3.5 million in US DOE funds matched by $3.2 million in private cost share to develop this framework. And then once we have that framework, start working with industry iteratively to test that out. They're sort of our beta testers. And we fully anticipate that there are technologies, for example, we have, this is a mineralization project, and the 3 pillars for mineralization are ocean-based mineralization, mineralization of mine tailings at ambient conditions, the surface, and mineralization at either in situ or in situ conditions. We're working a lot with folks who are doing engineered reactor systems to sort of mimic what we've seen in the subsurface. How do we create something that can be harmonized to incorporate all of those things? And we're doing that by bringing together some of those early movers in industry, the academic-ish folks at the national laboratories, and our stakeholders in the voluntary market to try to answer some of these questions. So we're, at a very basic level, these are the things that we're doing to accomplish that. We're trying to identify and leverage the stuff that already exists. We don't want to reinvent anything. So where we can leverage existing frameworks, we're trying to do that and harmonize with those frameworks so that they don't have to be rethought. For the mining industry, for example, they have securities reporting related to their reserves. They want to be able to incorporate something into that kind of a framework so that they don't have to have 2 separate independent systems to maintain. And then we want to work with our industry partners to refine the LCA methodologies, to identify gaps in the technologies, to feed those methodologies data. Data is the answer for being able to monitor and verify and do your accounting. And in some of these cases, for ocean-based solutions, we really don't have monitoring technologies that are sufficient to do this. Maybe that's good. Maybe we want everything to be below detect levels, but then we need another approach to verify the stoichiometry that we're using for these things. And the 4th piece of this is providing economic planning tools and resources for communities. Every one of these projects is going to happen in a community, empowering communities to understand that they have a seat at the table for decision making, understanding the economic impacts to them, understanding what they can ask for in advocating for themselves. So here's just a sort of nerdy flow diagram if you enjoy flow diagrams. But you'll notice that we have these things moving in parallel for each of our CDR methods, and we have those 3 buckets. We're doing LCA protocol development. We're doing measurement, sensing, gap analysis. We're evaluating the existing regulations and policy frameworks that exist. And then we're interacting with our communities and our industry partners to try to get through this as rapidly as possible. And all of that, we're looking at those mineralization-based approaches, but that's just a tiny fraction of the overall ecosystem. So a consistency, we want to make our little ecosystem consistent within itself, but we want to make sure that it can play and provide consistency and fungibility of credits that are certified under this approach across the CDR landscape. And that's my team, a little part of my team. We get to do field trips occasionally. So who's next?
Thanks, Casey. Yeah, so we're going to go to Christoph Van Ross from IEF.
Thank you very much. Again, a pleasure to be here.
There's no slides for this one.
Yeah, no slides, only words. So I've scripted myself, if you don't mind. So it is indeed also already coming out of these presentations, so in tremendously complicated domain. It is, of course, impossible to monitor and progress or leverage investment in CDR mitigating emissions if we don't have accurate, comparable, and reliable data. Now, speaking from experience from the Joint Organizations Data Initiative that the IEF hosts, it's hard to get to hard data that is readily available, comparable, and consistent. And the closer you look, indeed, the more complicated things that you thought were so simple become. Data doesn't gain value by its number, but by the processes behind it or that define it. This is why connected MRV systems are certainly very crucial. There is no bigger risk to successful climate policy and well-allocated investment in transitions than erroneous or biased data, and I think we got an example of that already today. In such cases, no data gives a more accurate signal. Who and what measures and reports and verifies and how is all important. So my talk will focus on the opportunities that we see in leveraging existing satellite, drone, and AI, incentivizing blockchain in tracking emissions and CDR offsets across the value chain and through life cycle assessments, and how the rise of new reporting standards, in addition to the IPCC, will help facilitate development of carbon management assurance services in the private sector. So I think a good example is probably on leveraging, satellite and AI technologies, what is occurring with methane detection and verification. That can be a roadmap for other tracking and mitigation goals. For example, the UNEP Methane Alert and Response System, MARS, announced in 2022, is the first publicly available global system capable of transparently connecting methane detection to notification processes. It uses state-of-the-art satellite data to identify major emission events, notify relevant stakeholders, and support and track mitigation progress. Developed in the framework of the Global Methane Pledge Energy Pathway with initial funding from the European Commission, the United States government, Global Methane Hub, and the Bezos Earth Funds, MARS will allow UNEP to corroborate emissions reported by companies and characterize changes over time. In addition, there are a wealth of public and private entities using satellites and drones, including MethaneSat, GAG-CSat, NASA, Kairos, Carbon Mapper, etc. Similar methodologies are also used to verify CO2 emissions at power plants, steel mills, industrial hubs, refineries, etc. Now, incentivizing blockchain in tracking emissions and offsets across the value chain and through the life cycle assessments can be a powerful tool that can significantly improve the transparency, accountability, and traceability of CDR. It helps companies provide more accurate, reliable, standardized, and readily available data. It can provide instant authentication, verification, and real-time data in clear data records. The decentralized approach of blockchain provides both breadth and depth. It allows for tracking and reporting CDR along the entire supply chain, including manufacturers, suppliers, distributors, and consumers. Blockchain provides the ability to construct comprehensive audit trails, which can be monitored to ensure that processes occur as expected. It can also act as the beginning of verified data collection upon which additional calculations, methodologies, and products can be built, including automated CDR reporting, proof of compliance, insurance, and verified carbon credits. Clean technology starts that bring together all stakeholders, including companies and governments. So, in addition to this, there is also, of course, the rise of new reporting standards, which can facilitate the development of carbon management assurance services in the private sector. Climate data and disclosures are beginning to be held to the same standard as financial disclosures for public companies. Indeed, just last month, the International Financial Reporting Standards Board issues its first 2 sustainability standards. Standard 2 is specifically about climate-related disclosure on the scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. The International Federation of Accountants assessed that 58% of global companies obtained independent assurance of ESG disclosures in 2020. However, and here's the catch, 80% of those companies used multiple frameworks or standards within their own reporting, which results in data that is not consistent or comparable. So steps by the IFRS will help in the harmonization of standards and this type of reporting. Similar steps need to be taken to ensure that assurance services are adequate and consistent. Like auditors have GAS, generally accepted auditing standards, there should be an additional standard, generally accepted carbon auditing standards. Right now, ESG assurances services are being conducted by accountants, consultants, and/or engineers. The Center for Audit Quality reported that while more than half of S&P 500 companies have some sort of assurance over ESG metrics, only 6% of companies got assurance from an auditor. The other companies relied on engineers or consultants. The report and verification of CDR and emission reductions can learn from the reporting and verification structures in place for financial data. Consistent and harmonized standards that apply to both reporting and verification are needed to build credible data sets and build trust among companies, governments, and stakeholders. So, to conclude, supportive government policies can enable public-private cooperation, and indeed that is what we're doing at the IEF in terms of oil and gas markets. It certainly applies here. So I think I would like to leave it here because the rest would be more motherhood and apple pie, but that's good to show.
Great, thanks, Christoph. So we're going to move into a moderated discussion. So thanks, Casey and Christoph. And our colleague Warren Flincha from CSIRO in Australia is going to moderate the discussion. So Warren.
Thanks. Thanks a lot, Mark. I assume this microphone's working. It's nice to meet everyone. Thanks very much for coming and giving your time. I'm Warren Flincha. I'm from the CSIRO, Australia's National Science Agency, and we're leading, amongst other things, leading an enhanced mineralisation track together with our colleagues from Saudi Arabia. We recently hosted a symposium back in Australia on this topic, which was very well attended, and there's a lot of interest and a lot of growth that we see coming out of the mineralisation area in particular. Now, I think my job as part of moderating this next brainstorming discussion is to get some ideas from the room. There's no such thing as a stupid idea. We want to get everyone's perspectives because I think we've got a wide range of people here. You may be experts, you may not be experts. Everyone's opinion is valid, so I'm going to ban the rest of the previous speakers from answering any of these questions. This one's very much for the room, so we want some input from everyone before we can all take a break and go and get a coffee. So we've got in this mission at least 9 different countries that have bought into the concept of carbon dioxide removal as one of the critical tools in our tool chest going forward to address the climate crisis. And we believe firmly that this is going to be a massive industry. If you think of the years of the fossil fuel industry up to this point and the size of the industry today, that's the kind of industry that we need to build on carbon removals to take up all of that CO2 that's come out and is circulating the atmosphere today. So we're talking about the emergence of an enormous industry, and it's in its very nascent stages. And I think what we're seeing, particularly in the MRV space, is that evolution of an industry. Right now we've got this kind of scattered landscape of MRV protocols, data, massive gaps in data, good data, bad data. We've got different voluntary protocols. We've got some compliance protocols. It's a bit Wild West. And I think over time we're going to see that consolidate down into some really robust, standardised processes for MRV so that people can rely on what they're buying as part of this industry. In the end, we've got a range of different technologies, but what we're talking about is, what we're selling is data. What we're selling is MRV. Whether it comes from mineralisation or direct air capture, businesses are going to be created, customers are going to hand over their money, and they need to have confidence that what they get for their money is permanent, safe storage. So this is actually our product. Now my question to everyone here to begin is, what do you need to see? If you are going to purchase offsets or carbon storage, carbon removal, what will give you confidence to invest your money to buy that certificate or to build a business trading those certificates? What do you see as the major barriers? And then what can we take up as CDR mission across our different countries as part of an international collaboration to try to address those barriers? So what is standing in the way of the creation of this industry, particularly in the data space? And if we don't get any volunteers, I'm going to start calling on people. Sharma-san.
Yeah, Atul Sharma from Zero Emission Center, Japan. And what I want to do, I mean, why I would like to buy the credits, I would like to buy it from World Bank probably. I won't buy, I mean, let's say I'm emitting CO2 in Japan, and the company which is putting it underground is probably in US. So whether that rule, which MRV, which may be accepted in US, but may not be accepted or in Japan. So the company in Japan can get the credits from US, but the government will not recognize those MRVs of US. So it has to be an international MRV. The ISO has to be international, that even if you produce CO2 in this country, you can have the credits from other country. That is probably one of the things I would like. And second is, just out of this question, is about the opportunities for the collaboration. Why don't we go to the companies which are emitting CO2? Because they are the companies which are going to be most benefited by this thing, MRVs. That's all. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much. I saw a hand go up.
I'll get it over.
My excuse. Okay, hi, I'm Amanda Wilson. I'm at Natural Resources Canada, and we're one of the co-leads of the CDR mission. I wanted to sort of answer the question, but maybe drill it down even in further and suggest that while there were so many gaps, so many things that need to be done. I mean, I have a list here of them, and I won't even go into the sub-bullets, but like a lot of them have been discussed here today, but we know things like RD&D for MRV technologies and tools is going to be needed, standards development, knowledge exchange, ensuring consistency among the players, skills development. In the MRV space, so making sure that we have the workforce of the future who can help do this work. The opportunity for this mission in particular to have an impact. So we know that there are a lot of players in the space. It's an emerging space, as has been noted, and that's exciting. And there's lots of people doing lots of things. I think we have a really interesting ability to convene players here, as is evidenced by this workshop. But I think what I would be interested in hearing is, where are the spaces that this mission can be the most helpful? What's the value add we can bring, and how can we move it forward a little bit at a time? So I didn't actually answer your question, I'm sorry.
No, I think that's perfect. You even asked my next question, so that's perfect. Thank you very much. Anyone?
I'm Ian McDonald from OGCI, Oil and Gas Climate Initiative. I'll try and answer your question and try and feed in as many of my points I wanted to get across as possible. So in my reporting. A lot of that is unclear. The Greenhouse Gas Protocol has come out with land sector and removals guidance drafted recently, but that's still in discussion and will be published next year sometime. But there's still that opportunity for you to get involved and express the government's thoughts and the country's thoughts about how that should be developed within the voluntary aspect, within the corporate reporting, because a lot of the Greenhouse Gas Protocol is very relevant in a lot of national legislation that refer to how to report. You report as per the Greenhouse Gas Protocol. So, and that's in the voluntary side of things. So it's really important, I think, that you interact with WRI and others who are developing the Greenhouse Gas Protocol. Because if we can't utilize removals in our pledges, or it's limited, then we will only buy the limited amount of removals that we're allowed to purchase. So this is an important aspect to think about in the long term. That we might have market limitations because of what we can report and use as a sort of net benefit. That brings me back to some earlier points that Tim was making. He's not allowed to speak out anymore. I'll speak, and that's about the CCS Plus initiative. That's right now, so it's through Vera, but it's not a single entity. It's a collective of dozen or so plus now companies that are looking to develop methodologies for CDR. Right now, it's only DAX that's been looked at with transport and storage modules as well. But in the very near future, there will be BECS, and a little bit further down the line, there will be mineralization as well added to these modules. There's some modular plug-and-play voluntary carbon market developments. And there will even be, for the gentleman that was over there, development potentially of the more shorter-term products from plastics and e-fuels. And that is something that will need external input into. And we really want people to challenge the methodologies and question them and add to them, because this has been done as a public good. They're being pushed out there publicly, released so everyone can comment, and that we all have a good outcome at the end of the day, that they are meeting the various principles that people have talked about, and they're thorough. And I think I'll sort of draw it to a conclusion there.
No, that's great. Thank you very much. Just to drill into that, how can we help to address those barriers and convene the right kind of input on a practical level? Is it worthwhile considering, crowdsourcing some of the input to be able to test and further develop those protocols? Should we focus our efforts on? Is there anything else that you can see real potential for this international collaboration to contribute?
I suppose the one thing I would say is I'll pick up on two other earlier points different people made. One about equivalence of CCS standards, another one about the ISSB, that we need that equivalence of these regulations, whether it's SEC, ISSB, or the EU's ESRS frameworks. These all need to be saying and pushing in the same direction. When there's misalignment, then for companies that have a global reporting responsibility, that makes it far more difficult. So having that equivalence throughout will be very beneficial, and this is an ideal forum to start that discussion, because there's all the companies, all the countries here that are relevant, but also to help stimulate that discussion, having the Greenhouse Gas Protocol come along to some of these meetings and talk about the removals, because this is how corporates have to report their removals from now on. So they're a really key part that is perhaps missing from the collective.
Thank you very much. Steph?
Yeah, I think just building on that point, it sounds like there's a lot of activity out there. We know in the voluntary carbon market there's a proliferation. I've heard it been described as the wild, wild west many, many times for MRV methodologies out there. There's also going to be compliance markets that each country is going to be doing, and they should be going in the same direction. To get to this point of making sure we're all rowing in the right direction, is there And in the spirit of your suggestion, Warren, that there are no stupid ideas, is there room for discussion around minimum guidelines or principles that, mindful that there will be different protocols out there, different methodologies, can we agree on some general principles? Is the CDR mission the right vehicle to help convene folks for that? Or is this, as Tim was stressing, there's the IPCC discussions going on for Article 6. Is that the right vehicle to get some guiding principles out there? So I don't have an answer. I don't know if this is the CDR mission's role, but I'm curious for others' views on whether there's opportunity there.
Yeah.
And
So-
sorry, just to build on that, there's also an opportunity for reducing duplication as well. So building on the UK's work that they're doing, I'd love to chat more about that. But understanding, for voluntary carbon markets, is there duplication? Are there, opportunities to build on the work you're doing there?
I think that's a really good point. I think, remaining somewhat technology or pathway agnostic, and avoiding, picking winners between biological or engineered solutions or any particular solutions. It's possible to come up with a set of guiding principles, but at least be able to share what's happening across the industry so that we can avoid that kind of duplication, so everyone's aware of, concurrent efforts in the same kind of space. And we can probably highlight and promote those efforts that are based on high quality scientific evidence. I think it's possible for us to be able to make that kind of distinction and at least promote what we think is grounded in genuine, reliable, high quality science.
All right, thank you. I just want actually to touch base on the question you raised about the impact and the potential, right, for CDR in different places. I think it is important for all countries who are interested in this technology to map their internal resources and build geological or CDR atlases actually for that. I know there have been famous ones like North America Storage Atlas or Norwegian and other countries. I know also OGCI has some effort on this. But I think this is critical actually to do that. And to establish this, it is important also to have transparency and access to data, and which is not possible everywhere. And this is where I see actually the role of governments, for example, and the right ministries actually to facilitate access to data and relevant data, because this will be critical to establish to establish a potential industry, right, CDR industry in each.
I think this is on you.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to question about whether there's been joining up with the embodied carbon sector in construction, because there's very similar discussions going on there with developing an international consistent methodology. Lots of different CDR methodology is consistent also with embodied carbon, whole life carbon methodology too. So I was just wanting to ask if anyone knows if those discussions are happening too.
I'm not aware of it on the mission side, but maybe I'll ask Adam. I don't know if you've seen anything on the private sector side.
Not sure how much I'll have to offer on that. I mean, here we're talking a little bit about, I think maybe the work that's underway with SBTI in terms of just ensuring clarity over how companies think about the different scopes of emissions that are associated with the products they're generating. Yeah, for sure. I mean, so specifically on the embodied carbon, I mean, I know it's an issue, and it's one of these, another area where we want to see kind of this standardization. Our approach in general, kind of, you know, I guess what I was talking about earlier was more the kind of the MRV for the generation of the credits themselves, has been to just provide comments to all systems that are coming out to ensure, A, of course, maximum integrity, and B, standardization, but ultimately with a view towards reducing from kind of a project, you know, or a technology licensor, but from a project developer's point of view, reducing the administrative complexity of operating internationally across borders. So I think there's probably a bit of a parallel there in terms of the embodied carbon side, but not really anything further from my side to respond to your specific question.
That's a good point. It's not really a question, it's a
It's a
brainstorming session, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's good to have questions that we can't answer. And I wonder, in the spirit of brainstorming, if that might be an opportunity to kind of look at those modules. So you were talking about some of the modules. I wonder if the work that others are doing in other areas can, you know, we can find opportunities to combine the kind of backbone and the kind of science behind each of those modules to be able to build out, so that we're collectively working towards a unified monitoring reporting scheme. Was that something that you wanted to?
I was just going to say, the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, I think they've got a work stream working on that might have reported out quite recently, but I need to double check and see if that's correct, if I'm remembering correct. I wasn't part of it, but a colleague was, and that'd be a good global overview.
So, unfortunately, we are at time here, and I do want to be respectful of the other session that's coming in afterwards, because this is a very tight room. So I will ask, once we conclude, if you have other questions, want to meet someone, please meet them outside, so they have time to set the room up. But I want to thank our speakers today, our co-leads, our other members of the mission itself, for helping frame the work of the mission and the agenda going forward. I do, you know, this was helpful for us in terms of some of the thinking that we're thinking about in the MRV space, and I think just more broadly on the mission itself, because we did veer off a little bit too, I think, but that was actually a helpful discussion for us. So again, just thanks everyone for participating, and those that joined us in the room. So thanks, and we'll conclude. Appreciate it.
We are very innovative, and in a way, I should say we are willing to change as it demands. And therefore, as an economy, perhaps we will be showing the way to the world how the development can take place, and at the same time, it's green. The other important fact is that what happens, like, why should we be energy efficient? And I must compliment the Honorable Prime Minister, this Mission Life, because you essentially talk about that every citizen on this planet is contributing to the climate change and is also getting impacted by the climate change. And the small baby steps that each one of us will perhaps follow, will take us and make us succeed. Now, I'd like to compliment Bureau of Energy Efficiency because they are the first one to bring, I should say, to tell a normal consumer what it means to be energy efficient. You buy most of the time, and I'll say a few decades before, when you go to buy any electrical appliance, the only decision-making factor is how much does it cost and how does it look like. So there was never, ever a discussion about that how efficient it is in terms of energy efficiency. And they are the ones who brought in a way, giving a gradation from 1 to 5 stars, depending on how efficient the equipment is. So what get mired perhaps get controlled. So that is how a normal citizen has awareness about how to go about energy efficiency, how it's going to influence their bills, and so on. I'll also like to mention an initiative of Terry, because long back we started with industrial energy efficiency. So even big industries, because see, it goes unnoticed. If your production cost is X, and of which 1/10 is on energy, you always feel it doesn't matter, and even that somewhere it is also how much will be the capex if I change. So energy efficiency was not taken that seriously. So that is something which Terry had brought out in the market, and I'm very glad that now it is being followed. There are so many energy auditors who are helping the industries. And of course, we are also now coming up with water audit and so on, because natural resources perhaps are equally important, if not more, because you can't create those resources. Energy, you still have opportunities to go for renewable and so on, but resources like water, it's very difficult or impossible to create. So I would like to say that the message that I would like to give is that let's not think in this way that emissions from Indians are restricted or they are lower than the world average. Perhaps that's not true for most of us who are sitting in this room. We are consuming as much energy as our fellow citizens in developed part of the world. It is our percentage in terms of emissions average is low, largely because many of our fellow citizens in this country do not have access, and in many cases, it doesn't even get recorded. In terms of human resource, I'll say that we are one of the youngest populations in this country, and therefore, their aspirations, our development, our energy demands are going to go up. We are hardworking, innovative individuals, and therefore, I think that we will be able to find a way of green and clean energy usage and utilize energy as efficiently as possible. So I'd like to thank Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Sequoia, other partners who are with us to have given me this opportunity. And I'm sure it's going to be a wonderful session, and I look forward from all of you to contribute, because we really have to find a collective way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind remarks. To frame the presentation and highlight the goals of the workshop, I would like to invite my colleague, Dr. Vatsala Sharma, from the Center for Resource Efficiency and Governance team at TERI.
Good evening. Can you please play the presentation? Good evening, everyone. It's an honor to have you all here in this side event. The Paris Agreement calls for nations to stabilize global temperature rise to 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius. Energy is an integral requirement of for a country's economic and industrial development. However, conventional energy sources present the challenge of high greenhouse gas emissions, making it imperative to introduce both demand as well as supply-side interventions for faster decarbonization. In the energy supply side, India has robust targets for increasing the share of renewable energy and reducing emission intensity and building a narrative towards a clean energy transition. While energy efficiency, often referred to as the first fuel, is a primal example of energy demand side intervention. This event aims to foster a discussion around an imperative to create a similar understanding on energy efficiency, especially through an economy-wide energy efficiency goal for India. India presently has a well-defined and progressive energy efficiency landscape, which is governed by the Energy Conservation Act 2001. The Act provides a framework for promoting efficient use of energy and energy conservation in India. It also plays a key role in setting up Bureau of Energy Efficiency as a statutory body at the central level to implement energy efficient measures while collaborating with various stakeholders. In 2008, India launched the National Mission for Enhanced Energy Efficiency to strengthen the adoption of efficient technologies. Recent amendment in the Energy Conservation Act has widened the scope of energy efficiency by authorizing Bureau of Energy Efficiency to build a carbon credit trading mechanism, while also mandating designated consumers to meet a minimum share of their energy requirements from non-fossil fuel-based sources. While many developing and developed countries have included energy efficiency as a part of their climate mitigation strategy, European Union's Energy Efficiency Directive targets 13% reduction in energy consumption by 2040 compared to 2023 reference scenario. While this is in line with EU's macroeconomic target of Fit for 55 package, this also has penetrated to European Union member countries. However, developing countries are not far behind, and countries like Thailand and China, as you can see in the map, also aim for energy intensity improvement as a part of their climate mitigation strategy. While India's NDC have clearly defined supply side targets of increasing 50% cumulative electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel-based energy resources by 2030 and reducing emission intensity by 45% by 2030 from 2005 levels, demand-side interventions in India are currently largely voluntary, except for perform, achieve, and trade. Therefore, to strengthen demand-side management, we propose an economy-wide, quantified, and time-bound energy efficiency target for India. This approach will not only complement India's effort to achieve its NDC targets, but also help in a coordinated approach for a swifter energy transition while ensuring optimal cost implications. TERI study proposes 3 approaches for setting an economy-wide energy efficiency target. The first approach involves using energy modeling framework for arriving at the target. In this approach, energy efficiency is suggested as a key variable for reducing future energy consumption. The target could be inserted in the model framework in 2 manners, as you can see in the presentation. In the first case, the target could be determined through stakeholder consultation and assuming it to be an independent variable, along with other variables such as renewable share in energy generation, energy intensity, and etc. It could be a simulation-based modeling exercise to find the best possible energy transition pathway. In the second case, Terry proposes the energy modeling framework could determine the energy efficiency target, assuming that the target be a dependent variable, factored upon future energy demand, the share of renewable energy generation, emission intensity, monetary consumption.
Thank you, everyone. Now we move to the most anticipated segment of the agenda, in conversation on economy-wide energy efficiency goal for India. I would like to invite Mr. Rashmi to preside over the discussion. Mr. Rashmi is engaged with the Resource Efficiency and Governance Division of TERI as a distinguished fellow. He is a retired officer of the Indian Administrative Service and an expert on climate change-related policies, strategies, actions, and international negotiations. Sir.
Thank you, Sonali. And once again, very warm welcome to this evening for this conversation and the discussion. Vatsala has given you a broad overview of what is being attempted in this paper and in this discussion today. The suggestion is that we should have an economy-wide energy efficiency goal for the country. There are several examples all over the world, as you have seen. There are countries, the USA, the European Union, China, Argentina, Brazil, Germany. Several countries have adopted energy efficiency as one of the parameters by which they define their national goals. And some of them have even gone to the extent of internationalizing it, which means it is not just a national goal, it is an international goal to which they stand committed to demonstrate their adherence to that kind of goal. Now, the interesting question that we have today is whether we should have a similar goal for energy efficiency in India. Now, all of you know that we have a quantified goal already at an economy-wide level, which is an emissions intensity goal, not energy intensity, but energy intensity is at the back of this emissions intensity. You know, the emissions, the almost 80% or practically more than 80% of the emissions are generated from the energy system. You know, energy supply or energy demand or the way we consume energy, the way we produce energy. So why is it that while we have an emissions intensity goal at the national level, at the economy-wide level, why don't we have a goal for energy consumption or energy efficiency? So this is the question which we'll be discussing and which I'll be posing to my esteemed panelists, the two panelists, who are perhaps the most knowledgeable people on, if not on the planet, at least around the table and at least in country and then certainly in Europe. So if you permit me, I'll not take much of your time and I'll basically request my panelists to throw light on the kind of initiatives that we can take in this direction and why is it and what are the problems there. So let me, Dr. Mathur, you know him well. Dr. Mathur was, you know, actually he anchored the energy efficiency initiatives in the country long ago. He is actually you can say he played a very foundational role in anchoring energy efficiency program in the country and making it a part of our national policies. So all thanks to you. And it was under his guidance and advice that the national mission on enhanced energy efficiency was launched. And you know that has played a very critical role in advancing our energy transition. So, Dr. Mathur, my first question to you would be, if energy efficiency has been recognized as a national goal right in the beginning in the National Action Plan, how is it and why is it that we didn't think of this as a national goal when we designed our NDCs?
I was almost going to throw the question back at Mr. Rashmi. But then I recalled that when we did the nationally determined contributions, he was actually not there as our principal negotiator. So let me go back in history and try to recall why we had a target which was in terms of the emissions of CO2 divided by the GDP and not in terms of the amount of energy divided by the GDP. First of all, there's the obvious answer that this was a carbon dioxide reduction target. But then the second target, which was that there would be a certain percentage of electricity which would come, there would be a certain percentage of renewable electricity in the total electricity capacity. That was a renewable energy target. Now, the problem was and continues to be that when we measure energy efficiency, we are saying that this is the total amount of energy divided by the GDP. Now, this energy, whether it comes from coal or renewables, is not differentiated. The way this is reported in India is that it is on the supply side. So how much energy is supplied is the numerator of the ratio, of the energy efficiency ratio, not the amount of energy that is consumed. And I think this is important because there is a lot of energy that is lost in the conversion of coal to electricity and obviously in the transmission of electricity from the power station to the place of use. While the second can legitimately be said to occur whether the electricity was generated by renewables or generated by coal, but the conversion efficiencies is something which is therefore inbuilt into the energy part. So therefore, while it measures the energy efficiency, it does not measure the transition to renewables fuels. This is one of the main reasons why energy divided by GDP was not a part of the metric that we had provided.
Thank you very much. I'll come back to you, Dr. Mathur. Of course, I would like to, before I go to my other panelists, one small question is, now you are, of course, handling the International Solar Alliance, where you are playing a very important international and multilateral role. This is a graduation from the national role. So in that context, do you see the energy efficiency and the solar program, which we are now going to implement at the national and international level, do you see a connect there?
I mean, I could always very well answer that I actually don't even know how to spell energy efficiency. I only know how to spell solar. I don't know how to spell wind, etc. But, you know, it's a bit difficult to sustain that. Having said that, you see, the quick answer is yes, of course. Look at a solar lighting system which was used widely in India for the last, I don't know how many, 40 years maybe. The biggest drop in prices came when the bulb was changed from an incandescent bulb to a CFL and then a CFL to a LED. That led to the renewable energy panel, the solar panel, to be reduced to 1/5 of its earlier size. That reduced prices. Remember that lighting is needed when the sun is not shining, and so you need batteries. So renewables and batteries, but with energy efficiency, is what gets people to adopt energy efficiency as well. There is one more story that I'd like to tell, and it actually follows up on what Dr. Bibha Dhawan mentioned about the STAR program. And this was brought to me by a former member of parliament who was a part of the Energy Standing Committee. Arijit may remember this. In 2015, I think we had 6 meetings of the Energy Standing Committee of Parliament which were devoted to energy efficiency. After the 6th meeting, this member of parliament comes to me and says, I know that LED bulbs are energy efficient. What else is energy efficient? And I said, oh my God, we have 6 meetings and he still doesn't know what's energy. But then what I realized was, it is a visibility thing. With the labeling program, you see what is more energy efficient. 5-star is more efficient than 4-star. A LED bulb which looks different is more efficient than an incandescent bulb. We did not see something similar on buildings. With buildings, you have to work very hard. It's not that it's impossible, but you have to work very hard to get any kind of change, because an energy efficient building looks like an energy inefficient building. That leads me to the conclusion that these renewable energy panels, the solar panels, are immediately recognizable. So if you merge them with, say, buildings, for example, and make an energy efficient building which is also net zero, by adding solar panels, you have a way of moving ahead. This obviously addresses the issue of mitigation, it addresses the issue of energy efficiency, and it also addresses the issue of carbon mitigation.
Thank you, Dr. Mathur. Let me now, Ms. Paula Pino, and she is currently the director of the, you call it ENER, the energy. I mean, you can say that she is the god of energy in European Union. So she is, and she has an extremely rich experience in framing the energy policies and strategy in European Union. And it will be interesting to understand from her what is her perspective on this. Ms. Bino, sorry, you were saying? Ms. Bino, you were, I mean, European Union is caught in a, I mean, the whole of Europe is caught in a vortex at the moment because of this conflict which you have on your side. So given this uncertainty which is plaguing this entire energy world and particularly the countries on your side, what do you see the future of energy efficiency there? Because it's a so-called low-hanging fruit. You have already utilized this potential already, or there is still some potential which is left in the system which you think you can explore now? And we should highlight the importance of energy efficiency programs all over the world now?
Thank you, Dr. Hashmi, also for the promotion. I don't deserve it. Well, and Dr. Dhawan said she's anxious to be speaking with this panelist. Well, then what can I say? I'm really, really honored to be here among you and to be able to share the experience in the European Union and to see that actually the challenges that you've just exposed are very much the challenges that we have been going through and that we are going through, starting from whether we actually need a target on energy efficiency, right? And as we go through our vision of a climate neutral continent by 2050, and we say we need to reduce by 55% the greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, many, and it's not a secret, many ask, but then just leave it at that. 55% greenhouse gas reduction emissions by 2030 sounds fine. And we also needed some convincing to be done that this is not enough, that we need to couple it, combine it with a target for renewable energy sources, but also for energy efficiency. And we've had that already for 2020. And I won't hide again, it was not easy. And we had national energy efficiency targets. And it's very much comparable also with India, with its many states. So again, how to go about it, do we fix a target at EU level, which is then translated into national targets? It is the case, but we have national indicative targets with the specificity that despite being indicative, they need to add up to a binding target at EU level. Now, you tell me how to go about that. Not that easy, so we need to set up mechanisms whereby we really accompany the individual 27 member states to make sure that at the end of the day, so in this case by 2030, we do meet this EU target. And how surprised I was to see that indeed in this document that is just being adopted, you have the very latest information with regard to the EU. So actually, we just voted last week the new energy efficiency target at EU level for 2030. So we ended with 11.7%, as very rightly put in the brochure, which is more than what we had actually proposed at the beginning from the Commission. There was a proposal for a lower target, but what made it increase was the understanding, indeed, through the crisis that we've gone through last year, the potential for energy efficiency. And I was just sharing how interesting it has been to hear, for instance, from the industry, coming and telling us, sharing the experience that the moment that we saw last year that we would be missing a lot of gas from our main supplier who was cutting the supplies of gas, all of a sudden industry discovered the potential of energy efficiency. And my hope is that these changes will be structural, that once these potential is discovered, it will stay. And we will not need to go back. And the issue was there was no incentive. Gas was relatively cheap, so why would you even look into energy efficiency? So very interesting experience that we have gone through, so which also triggered now the absolute understanding across the EU that we need the energy efficiency target, that we need an even more ambitious energy efficiency target, that there is a lot of potential there. But I was also interested in seeing the different approaches that you put there as options in terms of how to go about it. In fact, we have a combination of those. We did the modeling. We have, as said, the combination of the national indicative targets with an EU binding target. Not easy to meet. The 2020 targets were not met by everyone. It is a challenge. I think now there is more potential than ever, and the momentum has been seized. And also, as Dr. Douahan said, it's also about the appliances, and huge potential there. We have labeling. We make it visible. The appliances which are more efficient compared to the ones least efficient, so that it's not just about what it costs, and the understanding with the consumers that eventually this will save money, because more efficient appliances lead to saving energy and to cut on the energy bill. So this two sides of the coin are extremely important to be brought forward. And so clearly there is still a lot of potential, and we stand by it, and are now have seen that with maybe the wrong circumstances, but these have triggered the understanding of the potential of energy efficiency, which you call it the first fuel. We say energy efficiency first, and really are going about it.
Thank you, Ms. Bino. We have Ms. Seema Paul here with us, and I would like to draft her in as one of the panelists. Ms. Paul, she was the first head of the Shakti Foundation in India, and she has played a role as a philanthropist and a development professional for a pretty long time. So she has a very rich experience in this from this perspective. And I would like to ask her, given this, you have just heard the two panelists giving their take on the future of energy efficiency in India as a possible goal. Do you think, because we have multiple goals, we have sustainable development goals in India, 7.3 specifically talks about 12.3, if I'm correct, talks about doubling the rate of energy efficiency. So how do you see, what is your take on this as a development person? Do you see it's a good social and political acceptance of this will come by?
Well, I can't speak to so thank you for drafting me in. I was not quite prepared for it. But I think energy efficiency is as much development as it is climate change. We are all talking about that. And I think, we are all facing a common adversity. Paula's remarks reminded me of how adversity is the mother of invention. The industry in Europe woke up to the potential of energy efficiency when they're faced with the adversity around the gas prices, right? We are all facing a common adversity, which is climate change. And we all have to do everything possible to tackle this challenge. And in global negotiations, I think with India now leading, I think one of the bigger changes that is happening in the last few years, and this is something where the momentum will continue, that it is developing countries, it is the emerging economies that are playing a bigger role of leadership. I'm not saying that their emissions are higher or will be higher. I think they are really taking the bull by the horn now. And so in that context, they need to persuade the developed countries to do more on multiple fronts, both with respect to emissions, but also with respect to finance. And in that negotiating process, every country will have things to put on the table, right? So I think this is perhaps one of the easier targets for India to put on the table in the give and take of negotiations. If India has to offer anything, it's, of course, the country's choice, and its political leadership should make that choice. But I see that in that give and take, if India has to make a give, this is one of the, nothing is easy, but this is one of the relatively easier gives, which also interlinks with India's development agenda. So I think that in that context, an energy efficiency target could play a useful role in getting other countries to do more. Of course, it should not just be put on the table without extracting something in return. So that's my perspective on it. But you are much more competent in the negotiation space, so perhaps you can comment on my commentary.
Thank you very much, because at least you have endorsed this idea as part of the developmental agenda that we should take it up. And this is, so this gels very well with the overall understanding of the issue. Let me ask one question from Ms. Pino. This question of international acceptance, that we should demand something in return, as a for energy efficiency as a goal. I mean, I'm not saying that there should be give and take on this. The question is the issue of finance, which she raised. What do you think the international system, how can it incentivize or mobilize, create a strategy which would fast track this process of adoption of energy efficiency as a possible goal? And also, the actions, how can they be supported across the world in this? Do you have a view on this?
Thank you very much. So you very smartly conveyed that question from you. Let me give it a try. Well, first of all, and this is really important to say from the beginning, in the EU, we managed to decouple economic growth from energy consumption. And so to dissociate this idea that, if you are sparse about energy consumption, this means that you're not growing. This really needs to be countered because there are ways to continue to grow while decreasing your energy consumption, precisely because the potential is so big. So that's the first general statement that I would make. Then it's also about explaining, and goes back to what I said before, that energy efficiency comes and translates into savings, and therefore also has a very concrete, tangible effect on the bills. Because the more efficient you are about the way you consume your energy, the less exposed you are also to your consumption bill. But then, of course, there is also more generally financing programs, support programs that we have put into place in the European Union to actually motivate, to create incentives. But we cannot oversee that the incentives are natural there. And the economical incentives are there. As we've been saying and as we've been also confirming now with our recent experience. It may not be immediate, but over time it does pay off. But we have in parallel a number of financing instruments that are there to help across the economy, be it the industry, be it the households, to really roll out this energy efficiency gains, be it in the buildings, in the renovation of houses, for instance, where it can become very, very tangible also, and where it can also still be very costly. If you compare, for instance, having a gas boiler with the typical example is a heat pump, you may still need to put forward and help households, help consumers in supporting that financial investment so that it facilitates this transition.
Can I add to this? Sure. So one of the things that I think which is amazingly important is that in almost all developing countries, the state has borrowed so much that they are up to here as far as sovereign debt is concerned. And consequently, the only way you can have sustainable programs is to get private sector financing in. Private sector financing often does not come in because they're not sure whether they will get paid or not. Consequently, guarantees are important. And the European Union, I think one of its best programs is which links loans from the European Investment Bank or any of the European Union member country development banks with guarantees that are provided by the Commission. That, to me, greatly enhancing the guarantee program is one of the ways of making this transition. So if you want to push energy efficiency or even energy efficiency plus renewables, the key issue is where with this. So, the background to this is that there's a huge skewedness. I mean, in my own sector, in the solar sector, we saw something of the order of $250 billion being invested in solar energy across the world last year, in 2022. 250 billion. This compares favorably with the investment in electricity capacity, generation capacity at its peak. But 70% of the investment went to the OECD countries and China. Only 5% of the investment went to all of Africa, or actually even less than 5%, 3 to 4% went to all of Africa. We believe that guarantees would make private sector investment more amenable to move into these regions with these skewed geographies of investment. This one step, I believe, can help change, therefore, the prioritization that companies and countries place on energy efficiency.
Thank you. So one question before I close, I think we are running very close to our deadline. One question which I had in my mind, that in case we go for a goal like this, the question is also that of generating the data and creating a system where we can monitor it and make people hold people accountable for this. So do you have any feedback or thoughts on this which can help countries like India which are going to experiment with this? You think some light can be thrown?
Thank you. Well, as said, and we did combine the three approaches that were set there. So on the basis of a modeling, we established a model first, and then going back to also something that you said in terms of how do we calculate it. Is it the energy which is supplied or the energy which is consumed? We actually established a target in both what we call the primary energy consumption and the final energy consumption. So the target applies to both. And then we ask member states to report annually on where they are. So also with the data underpinning this targets. So we have a number of parameters which we identified and where we ask all the member states to report so that we can actually monitor progress in terms of meeting these targets, the overall target, but then also we also have sectoral targets applicable to the industry, for instance, to transport. So with all of it, there is indeed a plethora of indicators, of parameters that are gathered and that allow us all then also to be sure that we are comparing apples with apples and that we have a common basis, a common methodology.
That's interesting that you are employing all the three possible ways of measuring it. Dr. Mathur, would you recommend something similar for India? Because in the presentation, Vatsala talked about there are different ways of setting a target. But apart from setting a target, so I would like to know your thoughts on how to set the target. What kind of target we should set, sectoral or bottom-up state level, or we should just do a modeling and fix a national target. And secondly, how do you actually monitor and enforce that target?
The key challenge always exists, as happened in Europe, that in any geographical unit that you look at, energy is used for different purposes, and some places may be industry heavy, other places may be commercial buildings heavy, other places may be agriculture heavy. So it becomes very difficult to have targets that are sectoral to begin with. Countries can certainly allocate it at a sectoral level, but in your case, member countries, in the Indian case, states can certainly allocate it, but to do it at a national level in the case of India, it will be difficult as it was in the case of the European Union as a whole. But I come back to the original question, which is about data. How do you ensure that you get data? With a huge amount of difficulty, there was something called Eurostat. I presume it still exists. Eurostat helped create the framework for energy data collection. I think a similar exercise based on consumption is needed. For example, if you've got a rooftop on your house, the rooftop produces electricity, some of it you use yourself, some you sell to the grid. That which you sell to the grid will be accounted for. But that which you use yourself, how on earth will it be? The current data systems don't even allow for it to be calculated. We need a statistical system which brings in self-generation into the equation. How will we do it? Will it be based on sample tests? Will it be based on self-reporting? Will it be based on some kind of smart meters? Those are the kinds of things which we need to start discussing as we move ahead.
Yeah, thank you for making these two important points. One is that we need to have sectoral targets to begin with, and secondly, we need to have a system for generating this data. Ms. Paul, if you have any last-minute thoughts, because we are going to close it now and hand over to the next session.
Not really. I mean, this has been a rich discussion. The EU example is really pretty exemplary, I think, as it nicely sort of parallels the case for India or any other country where, you set a central target, but you also need to think about how states will fulfill it, which has been a challenge for us, even on the renewable energy front, right? We've set like the 500 gigawatt goal, but we are still sort of figuring out how that is delivered at the state level. How do we incentivize states to deliver on it? How do we collect the data to ensure that we are fulfilling it on time? All of that is being thought about as a next step after announcing the target. But I think in the case of energy efficiency, we should do all that planning. And, even as we are thinking about a target, how will the states actually have the capacity to execute it? At what level should those targets be, indicated to the states so that they are also trying to achieve that indicative target?
Thank you. We are going to close it now, but it has been a fascinating, extremely rich and enlightening discussion. I have learned a lot from all the three panelists here. Dr. Mathur, if you have any last-minute thoughts on this?
No. This was purely a quibble with Paula, in which you were talking about the delinking of economic growth and energy use. We looked at it in quite some detail. I agree, many years ago when I was at the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. And one of the things we found was that this delinking occurred for, not just in the EU, but across the world, for countries where the economic growth was less than 3% a year. If it was more than 3%, you had an energy growth as well. I have no idea whether this is a universal law or is it a fact of public policy intervention. And the reason I say this is because if you can, for example, reach a differentiation of 3% between economic growth and energy growth, then would we say that a similar kind of delinking has occurred? I'll just leave it at that.
Any last-minute thoughts on this?
No, this is my homework. Okay. I will. Thank you very much. And Dr. Mathur should be our ambassador.
Absolutely. No, he's a brilliant strategist, and he has in fact suggested the solution already. And Dr. Mathur, I must tell you, I was looking at the NDCs of a few countries. We had a conversation on this, and I found that almost 70% of the NDCs had energy efficiency in buildings as a target.
In buildings.
Building.
Which is the most difficult.
But it resonates with what you said, that we should try out something sectoral in nature. It's easier to implement, it's easy to hold people accountable, and maybe you can create systems which are necessary for that purpose well. So thank you once again to all the three panelists for an extremely rich and enlightening discussion. I'll not have any more contribution to the discussion, and I hand over to Sonali for the next discussion. Thank you.
Thank you all the panelists for an insightful and enriched discussion. Can we give the speakers a round of applause, please? We now move to the panel discussion on the economy-wide energy efficiency goal for India. The discussion will be moderated by Mr. Shouvik Bhattacharya, Associate Director and Senior Fellow at TERI, and Mr. Arijit Sen Gupta, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, India.